All right, so good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the day four training program for us. So I believe everybody settled down and good to go. And what we're going to start today is our case studies, like whatever the formulas and functions we have left out, we are going to resume from that point. So go to our file name called corporate case studies and the sheet name called lookup. So kindly confirm once it is on your screen. Just one line of message in the chat box. Okay, so I got a confirmation from Himanshu. How about others? Are you on the same page? What I'm showing on the screen?
Yes, sir. I'm
Okay.
I have opened this.
Okay. Fine then. So now we're going to discuss about the most powerful function naming called VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. So we'll go with one by one. Anybody who doesn't know what is VLOOKUP, please drop a message in the chat box quickly. Don't know. See, the reason of asking this question, if you do not know, I'll start from the scratch. If you know, we can skip that and we can go for some other topic. So that's the reason why I'm asking. So if you do not know, please drop me a message. Do not know.
Sir, I don't know.
Okay, great. Anybody else? All right. So let me start with fine, no problem, Param. I'll help you out with regard to that. So let me first cover VLOOKUP. V stands for vertical. So whenever you are trying to search multiple records from a huge data set or data chunk, instead of going for Control F, then we should go for VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP, depending upon the data pattern. Now VLOOKUP stands for vertical lookup. So when you have your data in vertical format, you can apply VLOOKUP. So take a look. Suppose say we have got a list of brands and rates. Consider this is your master data. And from that, you want to search some records. And these are the list of brands with you, and you need to focus on the rates of them. So how to get that? If you go for Control F, we have to go for 10 times Control F doing the same, then only we can find the records and we can populate the entry over here. Now, since we do not want to go for Control F for searching the records, we should go for our VLOOKUP. So how VLOOKUP works, let me take you through. So if I go for is equal to VLOOKUP, V stands for vertical. This demands me lookup value. Now, what is the meaning by lookup value? Lookup value is nothing but what we have with us to search. So we have a set to search. So that will become our lookup value. Okay. So Dhananjay, what is lookup value? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now coming to table array. What is the meaning by table array? Where to search? So taking this answer, we have to search here completely in this data set. So that becomes your table array. So what is table array? Is it clear?
Yes.
Now, comma. This is asking next is COL stands for column, column index number. So what is the meaning by column index number? Keep this on hold. Just get one step back. If you see closely, when I took the lookup value, it has applied the border to that cell naming called blue color border. But when I took table array, it has taken the maroon color border and it is defining like that. Now, why it is doing such kind of setups? Just to make us understand that when you take the table array, you need to focus in that table array means in that border area. So in that border area, how many columns we have?
Two.
And how do you read your data? Left to right or right to left?
Left to right.
So what is the leftmost column in that border area?
Rand.
That is column number one. This is how you have to count. Now, what is the next one?
Eight.
Column
Column.
number two. Column number two. So this is how we have to keep reading. And in that border area, how many columns we have to keep counting like that. Now here, since we have only two columns, and out of that, already brand is there with us. So we are looking for rate. So rate is in which column, as we discussed when we counted.
Second.
So we have to define two, comma. It is asking now range lookup, true, false, approximate match, exact match, a lot of things. So for the timing, you forget about all these things and complete your VLOOKUP formula with zero over there. Now, what is that zero stands for? Zero stands for nothing but to make it happen as one-to-one match or exact match. Now, what exactly need to be match one-to-one match? If you go for over here, what is the spelling of Acer?
AC. Yeah.
ACER. Now, when I'm looking at in my vendor's catalog or the master data, whether ACER is there, yes. So we take up that ACER over here. Now, if this is matching exactly, then only the corresponding rate column, second column data will be picked up over here. So this is called our one-to-one match or exact match.
Right.
Hope it is clear.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, once we have done with this over here, then the formula is ready only for particular cell.
Right.
Now the same we can apply for others. As we discussed, what should be the shortcut key?
Control enter.
Control Enter. Now when I go for Control Enter, you could know or we could see that certain cases like Dell, Samsung, Toshiba, it doesn't pick up the value.
Yes.
Now, why it is not picking up? Is it not there in my master data? Yes, all are there. Then why only these three value it doesn't pick up? Reason, if you go and keep the cursor in the first error, then you can realize when you open the formula, what is happening? When you copy the formula down, the range, the table array, the border area is moving down. And this is what we have already experienced in our day one and day two as well. So the
Right.
default nature of Excel is when you copy the formula down, cells will be moving down. When you copy the formula right, cells will be moving right.
Yes.
Now, what we need to do, since we are working with, though in the Acer case or Toshiba case, we are trying to find out, this range should not move. It should always fix. So we have to open our formula now, which is creating a trouble. So if you look at our table array should not move down. So table array is C3 to D13. Now this range, we have to lock it. And we know how to lock it by hitting F4, right?
So
In day
sorry
two.
to interrupt. Can you let me know which file are we working on?
We are working on the file name corporate case studies and the sheet name lookup
Corporate case studies.
and the
Lookup.
sheet name lookup.
So I missed the initial things.
Now this is what we started with from the lookup only. We are starting with our VLOOKUP formula. Why we need to apply VLOOKUP formula? That's what we are discussing. So technically, V stands for vertical. When you are searching some records in a huge chunk of data, you should apply this formula VLOOKUP we are discussing.
Okay.
Now, how to write our VLOOKUP? If you are not clear with VLOOKUP, you can start working with me. First, watch my screen. I will take VLOOKUP over here. V stands for vertical. Lookup value is nothing but what we have with us. That is our first brand. Now,
Uh-huh.
table array, where to search? It is our master data. If I treat this, then comma, column index number. So column index number, how to define? You have to focus on that border area. In this border area, how many columns we have?
Two.
So how you read your data, left to right or right to left?
Right to left.
You always read rate first, then brand.
No, no. Samsung and then 25,000.
That is what? That is called left to right.
Sorry, left to right. Sorry.
Yes. So left column is our brand, and this is our first column. And rate is the next one. It is called second column. So ideally, we have to read the data like this. And in this border area, there are two columns. And within that, brand is the first column, rate is the second column. So out of that two, brand is there already with us. And what you are looking for is the rate. And since rate is in second column, we should complete the formula with column index number by 2, comma. Then it is asking range lookup, true, false, approximate match, exact match. So we should go for putting it 0, and 0 stands for nothing but your one-to-one match or exact match. Now, what is the meaning by one-to-one match? When I took my first lookup value ACER, it is of ACER is the spelling. Do you agree?
Yes.
Same spelling if it is there in the master data also, then only it will have a one-to-one match and the corresponding column index number, whatever the value, it is going to be populated over here. So
Okay.
that is what nothing but your exact match. So what is exact match? Hope it is clear.
Yeah. And what is one? It will.
It is approximate match.
Uh, okay. It will
So
pick up a similar name and give all the
no, no,
details.
no, 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 no. That is a different story altogether. For the time being, you focus
Okay.
only with exact match. I will
Zero.
tell you what is approximate match. Give me some time. So if you're clear with VLOOKUP, then I'll just only focus with Dhananjay.
Yes.
You are clear with VLOOKUP?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. So Dhananjay, you are clear with VLOOKUP?
Yes, sir.
Now, Control Enter. The moment I go for this, certain cases I'm getting error, no issues. But we know what is the point. The table array is not fixed, and this is not new case for us. We have already seen similar cases in day 1 and day 2 as well. So we need to lock it by hitting F4. And I told you the other day there are three types of locking system. F4 once, no movement. F4 twice, only row will be locked, column will be free. F4 thrice, column will be locked, row will be free. So depending upon the cell movement, formula movement, we have to lock a column or a row or both. Now formula is ready, only for a cell, need to apply for rest. Control, enter, and we got the records. So this is how, whenever you are searching the data from a huge data chunk, you can make use of this VLOOKUP formula, and it can be applied between two different Excel sheets, two different Excel files, or in the same worksheet itself, top to bottom, left to right, you can apply. There is no limitations or hassle over here with regard to the application.
Got it,
So
sir.
this is all about our VLOOKUP. Any questions about VLOOKUP from anybody? Even if a small doubt also, glitches also, feel free to ask.
Prabhas, I wish
Yep.
to know if there is, any impact of, let's say, if I put VLOOKUP and suppose a particular area when to select and the entire, sometimes we have to select the entire column for mapping or populating the values, else sometimes the area has to be selected. So does that really matter?
Yes, it matters a lot. Right now you won't be having any trouble. So our people, they will explain you that if you go for a lookup value like this, when you go for table array, they will ask you go and select the whole column like this, starting from top to bottom,
Uh-huh.
right? So what is happening, though you have only the maximum data set of 10 cell multiplied by 2, suppose say 20 cells, but you are forcing VLOOKUP formula to read your 10 lakhs 48,576 rows multiplied by 2. That many rows you are forcing your formula to read, though there is no data, but
Uh-huh.
technically in the backend, the formula is reading all these things. So you are
Okay.
keeping your formula engaged with multiple activity. So the data processing will be very slow. The file size will be heavy. And this is the reason why it may kill your productivity. So this is the reason why we always suggest what exactly the amount of data is there. Please select your table array till that area. Do not
Okay.
engage your entire column or entire row.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, I have one
Yes.
quick question.
Yes.
Is it fine if I share a screen for a minute?
Okay.
I'll make it quick. So when we have this formula over here, so when we go to log the table array, we need to select it like this and then press F4.
Yep.
So when I do that, got it. Got it, sir. Thank you.
Yep.
So the data which we are looking for, sometimes I have used this, but it always should have been on the right side, is it?
Yes.
It
Because we
cannot be
look
on the
up,
left side.
no, VLOOKUP always read the data from left to right. So that is one of the rule of VLOOKUP.
That you were
You have
saying.
to always follow. Yeah.
Okay. And the
Yes.
data should
In
also be
process.
clean. All that is
That
applied
is
to this. Yeah.
that is always there. That is applicable for all the data sets. Not about VLOOKUP. Any formula data has to be cleaned while you are working with Excel.
And if we select the column, means the headers, it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. You can include or you can eliminate. It's optional. It's up to you.
All right.
Yes. Any other questions? All right. So can I take that everyone is clear with our VLOOKUP formula application?
Yes, sir.
Quickly, yes, at least. Okay, fine. No issues. So Himanshu, Suraj, Shukada, Dhananjal says Said. Aditya, is it clear? Okay, Param Raval said yes. Fine. So Aditya, I'm also considering for a yes. Okay, fine, you got the answer. All right, so let's go for now H lookup, horizontal lookup. So when you have your data in horizontal format, then you cannot apply VLOOKUP. We have to go for HLOOKUP. Now please stay focused for 1 minute on my screen. We have got the same brand wise rates. Consider this is our master data. Okay. Now from this master data, we need to find out this brand wise rates below to that. So it's as it is like your VLOOKUP only, HLOOKUP you have to apply. Only change is instead of V, we have to go for H. Instead of column index number, we have to go for row index number. This is the only change we have to do. So as we develop the practice, first we'll go and select our array where we need the solution. Start working with me. Then go for equal to H lookup. Now check what it is demanding.
It's now asking for the table array. Sorry, lookup
Uh,
value.
No, no, no. First is not the table array. Lookup value. So what VLOOKUP was asking? Lookup value only.
Yes.
And I told you what is the meaning by lookup value in case of VLOOKUP formula.
What we want to check.
What we want to check against that data.
No. What you have with you to search. So we have a set to search. Correct? So that becomes my lookup value. Is it clear? The element?
Yes.
It's just similar like VLOOKUP only, nothing else. Comma. Now this is asking table array. So table array, where to search? Where is your master data? Starting from brand, we can take it, or we can take from Samsung. Choice is yours. So now we can go and select complete array. Now this array, when I select it, when I copy this formula towards right, this array should not move right. Do you agree? Like for VLOOKUP case, when you copy the formula down, since this array was the border area, that modern color border was moving down, we are facing trouble.
Yes.
Similarly, when I copy this formula towards right, this array should not move right. So for that purpose, what we should do? We should lock it by hitting F4 over there, right? Then when I go for F4, what is happening? It is going to lock my entire array. Okay. Now once it is locked, comma, what is the next one it is asking? Row index number. What VLOOKUP was asking? Column index number, isn't it? So here, what we need to do, as I told you in case of VLOOKUP, similarly for HLOOKUP, take one step back. And this border area, if you look at how many rows we have in this, we have got two rows. How you read your data? We always go for top to bottom.
Yes.
So what is the topmost row? Is brand, row number one. What is immediate below to that? Rate, row number two. This is how we keep counting from top to bottom. Now, out of these two row items, what is that already with us? We have got brand with us. What you are looking for? Rate. Rate is in which row? Is the row number two. So how to consider the row index number? That also we got a clarity. Now what it demands me is the
Match.
range lookup, true, false, approximate match, exact match. I told you in case of VLOOKUP, how it ends up with? It ends up with zero. And what is that zero stands for? Exact match or one-to-one match. So HLOOKUP also, we complete our formula. Now formula is ready only with one cell, but we need to apply for rest. What is the shortcut? Control, enter. And when you go for it, the formula is ready and it is giving the answer. So this is how, the moment you go for this over here, how to apply our HLOOKUP, we got the clarity. So what is VLOOKUP? What is HLOOKUP? Hope it is clear. Any difficulties, feel free to ask. How to search column index number when data range and number of column are also high. Either when you are searching, see, the moment you go for VLOOKUP, suppose say I'm going for VLOOKUP is equal to VLOOKUP. Okay, taking the data. When I go and search, suppose I'm starting from searching from here to here. Can you see in the bottom right corner over here, when I select it, I'm getting how many rows and how many columns? Can you see 10 rows, 4 columns? So while you are selecting which column data you are looking for, there you have to stop. But before that, you have to see which column it is. So column number 5 or row number 10. So if you're looking for horizontal lookup, then you should count the row number. If you're looking for vertical lookup, you should read the column number. Can you see my mouse pointer in the right side, the top bottom corner, right? So this is how you have to keep counting. So what is VLOOKUP? What is HLOOKUP? Any doubt? Any queries?
Mr. Prabhas, can you again press F2? I want to see the formula of HLOOKUP.
Yep. Hope it is working.
Yes.
Right. So what is VLOOKUP? What is HLOOKUP? We are clear with that. Now we'll proceed to our next. Now take a look. Though we are
Prabhas,
applying. Mhm.
what about XLOOKUP?
XLOOKUP only it is available in 365.
Actually, last time I went one interview, they asked me that do it in XLOOKUP. Actually, I didn't do that. I need that.
Yeah, you did not do, but I'm telling for the information purpose, XLOOKUP is available only if
Uh-huh.
you are there in 2021 or Office 365 version. And XLOOKUP will be
Uh-huh.
one
Mm-hmm.
powerful function which will
Mm-hmm.
solve all your problems of VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP. You have to remember different formula, but
Mm-hmm.
XLOOKUP is one formula which solve your entire problems. But only thing is you have
Mm-hmm.
to have Office 365 for application of the same.
Okay, but now I'm using a 2019 version actually, 2019.
Because 2019 it is not there.
Mm-hmm.
Even though you try, go and try. If you just go and type XLOOKUP, you will not
Uh-huh.
be getting this kind of formula help over there. All right. So VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP. We all are in the same page now. We all are clear. Now, can I take the level up?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, coming back to VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP, though you have the formulas, but people get confused where to apply which formula. Like we don't get the clarity looking at the problem statement, whether it is ready for VLOOKUP or it is ready for HLOOKUP. So there are certain rules you need to follow. To get the better understanding for application of these two formulas, you need to follow the rules. And what is the rule says? Let me take you through that. So just 1 minute, watch my screen.
So, Mr. Prabhas, can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
Now, if
please.
you're making the exact match as zero, no. So,
Mhm.
what would it be if I'm making a false?
False is nothing but exact match. That is the
Same,
reason
huh?
why, to avoid the confusion, I make it as 0 and 1. I do not go for true
Because
or
I'm always
false.
using false. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, that is what people have taught us. See, I'll tell you the fact what is happening. The moment we learn the VLOOKUP formula, either out of our own experience, we have got it, or somebody would have guided us, maybe our senior or the person who is Excel expert, we would have learned from him. But when you ask
Yes.
them what they say, they always say blindly go for 0. Don't ask this much of questions because just remember VLOOKUP always ends up with 0. This is how people
And
teach us. And this is the only problem where we are facing this kind of trouble because our fundamental things are not clear. So 0 stands for exact match. Now in formula, if you look at exact match purpose, what it is giving the VLOOKUP formula, if you see exact match purpose, it is showing false. Can you see that?
false.
Yes.
So
So if I
you
go
can
for,
also select false also.
yeah, you can select. But why
Okay.
I did not ask you to go for select false, because it will make create confusion for you. Like false, how it can be exact match? Because as per dictionary meaning, we know true means exact match, false means approximate match. But here
Okay.
we look up knowledge purpose. If you go for the instructions are a bit different. That's why I don't go for the formula instructions. Only at this stage for range lookup, I make it a simple rule. Go for zero for exact match. If exact match is not happening, then go for approximate match. So we'll discuss approximate match also. But before that, let me clear the rules first.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, coming to rule number one, VLOOKUP says that if you want to apply, then the data has to be in vertical format. Now, which data? There are two types of data. If you look at in our case, we have got our master data and we have got our own data. So master data should be in vertical. This is what main thing you need to understand. So where you are searching the data or you are fetching the records, that is called master data, should be in vertical format. Hope this rule is clear.
Yes.
Similarly, HLOOKUP says that data has to be in horizontal format. Then only I can help you. Now, which data again? The master data. So in our case, what is our master data? This is our master data. This data has to be in horizontal format. Then only we can apply HLOOKUP. Now, coming back to rule number two. VLOOKUP says that there should not be any duplicate where again in the master data. So what does it mean? Like suppose say the moment I asked my vendor to give me a catalog. Now vendor has given the catalog. In brand column, there should not be any duplicate. Like Acer more than one time, Samsung more than one time, Dell more than one time should not be there. And if at all the master data carries the blank, I mean carries the duplicate, VLOOKUP will always pick the first value because VLOOKUP works only with the unique data entry. So it understands in the range, whichever it comes first, I should pick up that value. So that's why we have to ensure that there should not be any duplicate in the master data. In our rate
So,
column,
Prabhas,
maybe duplicate,
sorry to interrupt you, Prabhas. Now, if I have a master data like more than like around 5,000 transactions, there
right?
is many more duplicated. How to remove in the duplicated first of all from the single sheet with
Yeah,
that
you,
5,000 fields?
yes, you can do that. There's a direct options called data. If you go for
Uh,
it, we have an option called remove duplicates. We have direct options over here.
okay.
You can go
So
for that.
this remove duplicates, for example, there was the first value is very important for us. The second value is duplicate. So how it will be taking deleting the row because I
So
need the first
it will
row. It will
always,
send the second row, no problem.
yes, that's what I'm telling. Remove duplicates, how it works. It has a standalone logic. The first item, whichever it appears, it considers unique, and it is always trying to delete the records from bottom to top. It doesn't delete the record top to bottom. It always deletes the record from bottom to top.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, if you
The,
still
does this
believe,
duplicate removal of duplicate highlights which are the duplicates?
no, no. That is a separate procedure. You have to go for conditional formatting and you just go for highlighting the duplicates. If you are not sure whether my data is going to be deleted from bottom or top, first you go for highlight cell rails and go for duplicate values from conditional
Okay,
formatting. Then
conditional
you
format.
sort your records and based on the sorting, which one you want to retain as a original value or unique value and which is the duplicate, you can consider it manually and you can delete those records.
Okay, and two people with same name then will have to make some difference in the name.
Of course, you should not go by the name. You should go by the employee code, vendor code, or which is your unique column. You should choose that.
Employee code will be better. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yes. So here, there should not be any duplicate in our vertical lookup purpose that master data should not contain any duplicate. For H lookup also, the same rule goes, there should not be any duplicate in master data. So this is our rule number two. You have to always remember whenever you go for application of our VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. Hope this rule is also clear. No duplicates.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, rule number three. VLOOKUP says that the data flow has to be always left to right. So what does it mean? Let's have a discussion. The moment I ask my vendor to give a catalog, so consider this is our master data. The vendor has given the data something like this. Then VLOOKUP will not work. Can you see? Because VLOOKUP cannot search the data from right to left. So this kind of setup, if my catalog is there, my master data is there, then VLOOKUP will not work. So that's called data flow has to be always left to right. But it doesn't mean that rate column has to be immediate right to the brand column. It can be something like this also, no issues. But when you are searching the records, when you are selecting the table array, you should select from brand, then you should go and keep selecting. Where you find rate, you have to stop. So anything before brand like serial number, code, anything you don't need to select. Anything after rate, you don't need to select. So this is called our data flow has to be always left to right. Okay.
Sir, I have one question. Can you
Um,
please undo the things which you have just done? We'll have some more columns between brand and rate.
mhm.
So in that case, now as per the principle you taught us, we need to go for so where what we need. So rate, and it is in what row? It's in the second row, okay, or a second column,
Second column.
right? So if there are like number of columns
Mm.
for an example, and
Right.
if we just want to see in a formula bar, so right now if I want to pick up let's say H, right? So H is like around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I would put the value as 5 for
See, that is what, if you see when I'm selecting the table array, can you see my bottom right corner in the mouse pointer? How many
uh,
rows, how many columns I have selected, it is showing the data, correct?
right, right,
So you
correct,
have to calculate from this. Now, when I go and stop at rate column, what is the column number it is showing?
it's 6C.
6.
So
Yeah,
you have to just remember that.
acha,
Only the
okay,
last column you have to remember as a column index number. That's it.
okay, got it, sir, got it. Thank
Yeah.
you.
And I wanted to ask in VLOOKUP only rate if there are more columns to it. Can we get two values against that?
No, no. If you have rate
We'll
in
have to put
multiple column,
another.
yeah, rate one. If you have rate one and rate two is there. Suppose
Uh-huh,
this is our rate one column and you have also a rate two column,
uh-huh.
right? In that case, you can get it. In that case, you can get it. But only thing is you have to apply VLOOKUP two different times so that you can get two values. But if you
Okay,
drag
different
also,
VLOOKUP.
yeah, if you drag also, you can get that. Now, suppose say I have got rate and here also I have got rate one. Okay. Now the rate one, if I go for it, suppose say equal to some random values, I take it for, okay. Now this value I'm going to look into over here. Now what I can do here when I'm looking at this formula, now this data, I have to pick it up from this area, first of all. Now here column index number goes for 2. I did it.
Yes.
Fine. Now when I go for my second one, the rate column to rate 2 to search over here, then I should go for my VLOOKUP formula, Control R. But the formula, if you look at what is happening, I'm not changing the column index number. So I have to go and change the column index number to 3 because rate 1 in the table array, in which column it is there? The third column,
Third column.
right? So I have to
Yeah.
go for column number 3. I have changed that column number, Control Enter. So here why I'm not getting? Because my lookup value also gone towards right. Can you see that?
Yeah.
So this value should pick up from this. Now, if I go for the formula, this blue color has to be taken from here. Then I'll be getting my data and the same I can apply for others. So this is how small changes you can do, but that can be also rectified with one formula itself. If you are expecting, I will immediately cover also. You can go for simply is equal to VLOOKUP, taking the lookup value. Now this data should not move right, correct?
Yeah.
So it has
Function
to
F.
only move down. So we have to go for only column lock, because this
Column.
has to move only in a column, comma. Now coming
Uh,
to table array. So table array, I can take complete column like this over here. This data should not move down, move right, then comma. What is the next one is asking? Column index number.
column.
So if I'm looking for rate, rate is in second column. If I'm looking for rate 2 or rate 1 over here, this is in my third column. So I need 213, but how to give 213? There are two ways to give the data, but I would suggest over here, instead of locking this, you keep it open. You keep it open. Just you keep it open.
Uh-huh.
Then go for over here. Which column? We are having rate?
One.
No,
Two,
no, no.
two.
No. Second.
Two,
Then
sorry.
what kind of match we are looking for?
Rest.
Zero.
Exact match. Formula is ready. Now, what is the shortcut to apply the formula for entire range?
Control enter.
Control enter.
We got it, right? Now, what happened? Some cases we got the errors, and some cases I'm getting del and all those things. This is happening over here, right? So what we can do in this case over here, if I'm looking for now, just see, where is the mistake? So G4, it is always coming up from here, right? Now C3 to E13, when I go for, it becomes D3 to E13, correct? Now when I go for D3 to E13, then the column index number, when I copy this formula towards down, it should not move down. So that is the trouble here. We cannot go for one formula at this state. So what we can do, the best part, I'll tell you again, just watch my screen. We can go for over here. So rate one, I will also change the column header to avoid the confusion. I'll select everything equal to over here, VLOOKUP, taking the data, lookup value, making column lock, comma, table array, the complete table I can select, then no movement over here. Now I'm looking for 213. Okay. Now, if you remember in our VLOOKUP, I mean, in our day one, when we go for the vendor evaluation, I told some formulas like 1, 2, 3 we had to create, and we have taken the formula called row. Did you remember?
Yeah, equal to row.
Yeah. So just quickly, I'm covering that. Just see, just to remind you, in our day one, when you discussed about business maths, and we had got 1, 2, 3 over here, we have deleted the same and we have designed a formula called row because we were expecting the results 1, 2, 3 in three different rows. So here we are expecting the results in three different columns. So what we can use over there, instead of row, we can use column formula. So equal to VLOOKUP, taking the data, making column lock over there, comma, table array. I'll go and select everything, no movement, comma, I'll go for column formula. Now, when I go for column formula, which column I'm trying to type my formula? In column H. So H is the alphabet, but technically if you count, what is the number?
At
H4.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
H4.
H, how
Two
it is
for this column.
before? No, 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 no. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. I'm writing the formula in H column, right?
Yes.
So H, what is the number? If you count from A as 1, H, which
Eight.
number it is going to return?
8.
8. So column formula, if you look at, it is going to return the value of 8. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. But in our border area, rate is in which column?
To fourth.
No, 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 no,
D.
no. You should read in the border area. I asked you, right? That is nothing to do with our column in headers. In border area, rate is in which column?
2 column.
So already column formula is giving me 8, but we are expecting answer as 2. What we can do? Minus 6,
6. Yeah.
right? Now, comma, what kind of match we are looking for?
Exact. 0.
So bracket close, formula is ready only for a cell, but we need to apply for rest. Control, enter, and see the beauty. Even though we have got 10 columns now, rate 1, rate 2, rate 3, rate 4, rate 5, one shot, entire formula is ready. So this is
Yeah.
how you can make the nested formula. Okay.
Master. What formula this is?
Nested,
Nest.
Nested.
Uh-huh.
So when you write multiple formula in one cell, or when you combine multiple logics in different formulas. That is called nested functions or nested formulas. Hope that answer your query.
So are we going to loop the VLOOKUP function in the further exercise where we are trying to take or do a VLOOKUP between two data sheets? Do we have that
Two
exercise?
data sheets.
Two data sheets. Like for an example, we have data fill and sorting. In the same way, there are two sheets, and then we need to take a value from, let's say, sorting table, and we need to go ahead and find the rate for that particular thing from the other worksheet that from the other tab, that is data field.
Yeah, that is nothing to do. Is you can go for a simple formula. Suppose say, okay, you want me to cover that, I'll do it. Just say, this is my data, it's over here.
Mhm.
Rate is in one column and rate
Yes.
one is another column. Okay.
Right.
So this is our master data you treat.
Yes.
I'll go for data visualization over here. I'm looking for certain brands. Take an example. I am looking for certain brands.
Yes.
Now here I'm adding also Lenovo and Dell.
Right.
Now I am taking one more data set over here in our other sheet, says sorting.
Okay.
Okay. So from this, I'm removing my Dell. Okay. I'm just creating that scenario. Give me a minute. So
Yes.
data files, that's Toshiba. So if I go for over here, Toshiba. So okay, okay. So here one data set is there.
Yes.
Okay.
Is
And
it
here
a
one data set is there. But I am looking for the values, whether this sheet is available or this sheet is available. Wherever it is available, it should pick the data. Correct?
yeah.
Now what we can do, we can go for a simple VLOOKUP. When I go for it, lookup value, comma, I will try to search from my data from this array.
Right.
I have taken. Look up this, I'll go for locking the same, comma 2, comma 0
Yeah.
over here. Now this is giving me the value. Now wherever the values are there, it is picked up because all the values are there over there. Correct? Now suppose say Lenovo and Toshiba, it is not there over here. Lenovo and Toshiba, it's not there. Now I'll just pick up one thing, Lenovo. I'll take something else, say MI, and then I'll go for something else. Now what happens? It shows me NA, correct? Because that value is not there over here.
Right.
Now, the same value I'm searching, it is Lenovo over here. So now I would like to know what could be the formula over here in data visualization. Now, if it is not available, it should go and search from sorting sheet. Okay. So in that case, what we can do, we can simply go for a formula over here in place of simple VLOOKUP. We can add one more formula naming called if error.
Okay.
If error. Now, this VLOOKUP formula becomes the value for if error formula. Now, VLOOKUP formula, if it returns the error, then what you want? I want to have one more VLOOKUP. Taking the lookup value over here, then table array will be my sorting sheet. So I'll go and search in this array. Now, which column data? Comma 2, comma 0.
Zero.
You can see that I am
Yeah.
giving. Now VLOOKUP is closed. Now if error also has to be closed. So this is called our looping of VLOOKUP formula with
Right.
if error. Now, when you go for this, and the moment you hit Control Enter, you got the record. So it is searching the data between two different sheets and giving the result. This is your formula.
Magical, sir. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Mr. Prabhas, I didn't understand. Can you come again with this one? If you're
Yeah, from
If
if
error,
error, can you repeat, please?
yeah, if error, that is what if error is the formula which helps you to rectify the errors. If any formula returns as an error, that error can be rectified by if error formula. So if error formula can be combined with any formula to rectify the formula driven errors. Now, what kind of formula driven errors? Like formula returns hash NA. In case of data absence, it returns hash NA. So those hash NA, you cannot go for find and replace. You have to handle this kind of if error, because if you remember in day two, I told you there is a data clean one sheet was there. We had some errors, hash division, hash num, hash value. Those are text driven errors. And we rectified by selecting entire things, Control G, special, constants, and then we deactivated numbers, text logicals, then clicked OK, and we typed something and went for Control Enter. That was for text driven errors. So here, without impairing the formula, and if at all the formula returns the answer as an error, then if error will be applied for that.
Can you just show that again after if error? What have we typed?
I'll tell you. So let me take you
can you do
through.
it one more time? One more time. Yeah.
No, no, that is what I'm saying. So we have all those things coming up. Since he asked this question, I have covered it. But you have to understand where to use if error, why we need to go for VLOOKUP with column. You need to understand that. So let me take you with the flow. Then we'll come back to this and solve it. For the timing, you keep this on
Okay.
hold. Is that okay?
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right, right. So at this stage, we are taking it that we all are clear with our VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. And the rules, as I told you, VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP purpose, data flow has to be always left to right. HLOOKUP purpose, data flow has to be always top
Top
to
to
bottom. So these rules always you have to keep in your mind, and then you will never face problem with regard to VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP. So people always forget the rules and they always get confused whether to apply VLOOKUP or whether to apply HLOOKUP. So these rules makes it clear. All the confusion you can avoid. Okay.
yes, yes.
Now coming back to this, I'm just copying and pasting in the chart box.
Thank you.
Yeah. So over here, coming back to our next. So far, as I told you, always people insist us to remember the formula or by heart the formula. And when you ask the logic, people fail in explaining the logic because they themselves are not clear why I need to go for zero. If I don't use zero, what else I can use? Hardly people knows about it. But I'll tell you, there is again a beautiful concept of our VLOOKUP with approximate match. And that approximate match is nothing but one. So exact match is 0, approximate match is 1. Now where to use this approximate match? That is what a biggest question mark. We are going to solve with a equation. So let's go to our next sheet, naming called VLOOKUP with approximate match. Take a look. Suppose say I have got some employee names. Okay. I have conducted one assessment for those guys. And everyone has got their own scores also. My management has given me a circular stating that Prabhas, I'm sending you a slab, and based on this, please declare the grading of those people. Say, take an example. If you look at our first employee, Ismail Abdus Salam, what is that rating he has got? 3.5. Now, which bucket it is going to fall in the circular what management has given me?
D.
So grade should be D over here. If it is 3.9,
C.
should be C over here. If it is a 5.0,
A plus.
so it should be of A plus over here. It should pick up from this place, right? So this is what we need to do. We are clear what we are seeking over here, but how to do that? Take a look. If I go for is equal to VLOOKUP, say just 1 minute, watch my screen, no need to do anything. I take my lookup value, I go for this records, I just lock it, then comma 2, comma 0. I'll go for it. Now this is not showing the result, but certain cases it is showing the result where it is matching exactly. I am getting my records. Can you see that?
Yes.
But how about the other cases? How to get that? So 3.5, 3.9, it is not matching exactly. So this is the place where we have to use approximate match. When the value falls in a range, if it is not having a one-to-one match, if it is falling in a range, we'll have to go for our VLOOKUP with approximate match. But technically, in this case, our experts, whoever XYZ, what they suggest, they ask you go for writing multiple if formula. So just imagine if I want to go for writing if formula, how many conditions are there? Count it.
Um, one,
Six are there.
So
six.
six time if formula. Just imagine in one cell, you are supposed to write six times if formula. How much length it would be? And that too, you have to immediately apply that formula 10,000 times because we have got 10,000 employees. Think about the file size. Think about the data processing time. So a lot of challenges you will be facing. So in this case, instead of writing our if formula for multiple times, we need to go for our VLOOKUP with approximate match. Now, if it is seeming so simple, then why people are not using it or why we have never seen anybody using this? Because you cannot apply VLOOKUP with approximate match just like you VLOOKUP with exact match. VLOOKUP with approximate match purpose, you need to follow certain rules. The rule says that the data must contain a matrix. Now, what is the meaning by matrix? Just 2 minutes, watch my screen, understand the concept. Next 2 minutes, I'll be giving time to try with. So, matrix is this. So, what is the meaning by matrix? Now, suppose say this column is not there. What is your basic understanding? Somebody scores 0, I'll be giving E. Somebody scores 3.1, I'll be giving D. Pretty clear?
Yes.
What
Yes.
if what if somebody scores more than 0 but less than 3.1? I repeat, somebody scores more than 0 but less than 3.1. What will be the grading?
For the error in a scenario, if we use a plain VLOOKUP.
No, 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 no. My question is very simple. If somebody scores more than 0 but less than 3.1, what is the grading you will be giving to him?
It will be E.
E only, right?
Yeah.
So that is what when data is not having one-to-one match, when it is falling in a range, that is called our VLOOKUP with approximate match. So when data is falling also in range, we have to also declare the smallest or the lowest value or equal or smallest value. That is called VLOOKUP with approximate match. So if you look at 3.5, so if suppose somewhere it is matching, I'll be getting the records. If it is not matching 3.5, which category it is going to fall, which bucket it is going to fall, more than 3.1, but less than 3.6. Do you agree?
Yes.
So which grade we have to declare? 3.5, which is more than 3.1, but less than 3.6. So is it going to
D.
fall in the grade
D.
called D?
Yeah.
Yes.
D.
So that is what we are expecting, and that's called your range. So which type of data can fall in a range is the number. So basically in one line, you can say VLOOKUP with approximate match, you can apply with the numbers. And that is what called matrix. So this is what the theoretical understanding for this matrix. So this matrix is very, very essential. This is our rule number one. Rule number two, the matrix what you are defining, it must be sorted. You can see it is in smallest to largest order. We have got our data sorted. So this is our rule number two, matrix must be sorted. Now, once this is there, just see my screen. I go for is equal to VLOOKUP, taking the lookup value, comma, I will select all this entire range and which column is my data having column index number. What is the column number?
Three.
3.
Three.
Now, what kind of match we have followed so far? Zero. When I go for it, it is not giving the result. But if I go for zero instead of that one, making it approximate match, now can you see? It gives me the result, right? So this
Yeah.
is how, whenever you have the data in a slab, like your quantity slab, incentive slab, discount slab, income tax calculation slabs, you can solve this kind of puzzles with this VLOOKUP with approximate match. Rather typing if formula for number of times, making the formula heavy over there, you can always go for this. So give it a try. Check any difficulties if you have.
If I'm locking it, then I'm getting error. If I don't lock it, then it is giving me the value.
No, no, no. You can share your screen. Let me see. Mhm. No, no, no. See, you are not trying to match with the names. How? Where is the name? You have got the ratings to match, right? Use the left arrow key. Use the left arrow key. No. If you try to type it manually, it will be happening like that. Go for it. Just come out of that. Equal to we look up. Tab. Use the left arrow key. Use the left arrow key. Yes. Now you have to design the matrix. You have not designed the matrix. Escape. Come out of that. Come out of that. No, 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 not like that. Come on. Create the matrix first. First type is 0 because the minimum value is 0. Hmm. Then go for next 3.1. Then hit Control E. I told you flash fill day 2.
Yeah.
So you got your matrix ready. Now you type your formula equal to VLOOKUP, taking the data from left, comma. Now take this complete 3 columns, lock it, comma. Now which column you are having your grading?
3.
So define that. And what kind of match you are looking for now is the approximate match, 1. Bracket close, enter. And you got the records for 1. You have to apply for others. Double click on that fill handle.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. So any difficulties, anybody? Hope it is clear.
Yes, sir.
So now where to use VLOOKUP with the exact match, where to use VLOOKUP with the approximate match, we got some clarity. So going forward, being a team leader, being a manager, supervisor, any of your teammates, if they ask, now you are in a state to make them clear, VLOOKUPs both the uses.
I made some mistake, I think.
Can share your screen.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, you are not logged it. The range has to be logged.
Oh,
Open
fine.
the
Yeah, I just didn't do this. Yeah. Yeah, done. Sorry.
no problem, no problem. It happens. That's why
I'll
one-time
just check
practice is
if
very, very
I can
essential.
get back, because whenever I share the screen, my login
Mhm.
goes off.
There might be some other problems would be there we need to see. Is it office laptop or personal laptop?
Personal, this is.
Okay,
Yeah,
your
it's still
Windows.
there.
Yeah,
Yes,
Windows
yes.
is okay. Your Windows is licensed or pirated?
I don't know.
No, I mean,
Where did I read?
I'd like to say the moment you purchase your laptop, these guys were inbuilt Windows were there, or he has installed
Yeah,
it.
inbuilt it was there.
Then it will be a licensed one, definitely. So maybe you just update your system once, that will be sorted out.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, this time I'm back. Like, there is no screen you have shared here.
Yeah, it is
There's
shared.
nothing on the screen.
Yes, I have shared.
Okay, I cannot see. I'll leave and come back.
Okay.
I'll join.
All right. So can I take that everyone is clear with our VLOOKUP with the approximate match? Fine. Now let's go for the next sheet, naming called advanced lookup. Okay. So here, let me take you through the scenario, what we have with us. We have a master data, you can see, where 10,000 people data is over here, like employee ID, employee name, department, position, salary, everything over here. Now, when I presented this data to my boss, he's not happy. He's telling, because this data is too much for me, or it's a huge data, you keep it with you. I don't want them. Just create me a template in such a way, whenever I go and type any of the employee ID, the details should be available. Like say ID is 004. Who is that person? Mr. D should come over here. What's his department? Legal should come over here. What's his position? Manager should come over here. And salary should come over here. So this is what my boss is expecting. Okay. Now in this case, if you ask anybody, they keep asking you, why don't you go for application of VLOOKUP in four different columns, four different times? Because column index number VLOOKUP cannot make it dynamic. It always takes a static column index number. So in this fashion, if I go for it, my jobs become very tedious. Then how to deal with the same? Just see. In our master data, if you look at how many columns are there,
5.
5 columns are there. Okay. If I'm looking for over here, name, which column it is?
Second.
2.
Department,
T.
3.
position,
4.
salary.
5.
Is it the same sequence we are also looking for our data?
Yes.
So now we know one thing, that our data is in the same series the way our master data has. Do you agree?
Yes.
So if that is the situation, what should be the formula? Let's go for this. So I will just select the entire array. I'll go for equal to VLOOKUP. This asks me lookup value. So lookup value is there in my left, but this value A11, when I copy this formula towards right, it should not go to B11. I repeat, A11 should not go to B11. But when I copy this formula towards down, A11 should go to A12. Now you tell me which one I should log and which one I should keep it free.
Row to lock.
Row log, then how 11 will go to change to 12?
No,
A11
sorry.
should go to A12. A11 should go to A12, but A11 should not go to B11. So which one not supposed to change? The column. So if column
Column.
is not supposed to be changed, we should make it as column log. F4 three times. This is what we did in date diff formula also in day 2. Hope you're getting that.
Yes.
Now, next, comma, table array. Where is the data? Data is there in the top. You can take everything out of this. A2 to E7. This data neither to move down nor to move right. So no movement. F4 once. Why F4 once? Hope it is clear.
Yes.
Now, comma. What is the next one it is asking? Column index number. So 2, 3, 4, 5. But we can't give it together. Neither we could go to each and every cell and edit the formula. So what we can do, as I told you in day 1, when you are looking for the value in rows, we have taken the row formula. Similarly, we are looking for the values in columns. So we should take column formula. So when I take column formula, the column formula will be taking the column number as the answer. Now, which column we are trying to apply the formula is in column B. B is the alphabet, but if you calculate technically, A as 1, B as 2. So column formula will return the answer 2. Just say. And is it the same number we are expecting the moment we started the discussion? Isn't it? So whatever we are looking for, my column formula will be giving me a number, and that to the column number, that one becomes my column index number for VLOOKUP formula. Now, comma, what kind of match we have been looking for? Here we are looking for exact match. So, comma 0, bracket close, formula is ready only with one cell, but we need to apply for rest. What is the shortcut? Control, enter, and see the beauty.
Enter.
With one sort, you can receive your answer over here. So this is how people, when you believe your data is in the same sequence, you can always go for multiple columns to bring it on by lookup value matched by using VLOOKUP with column combination. So this kind of formula we need the
What you
most only
did,
because,
Mr. Prabhas, you did same control enter, huh?
yes.
Okay.
So whenever you believe you are designing any kind of dashboard, summary report, tabular reports, and once a particular employee code, vendor code, or customer code is selected, automatically the entire detail should be available. You can always make use of this kind of formulas.
Mr. Prabhas, I can share my screen to you? No, I
Yep.
have one doubt.
Yep.
One. Are you able to see this?
Not yet. Yeah, it's getting loaded. Yeah.
Now you see the last formula you given to me. The same I did, but it is not coming here.
Okay, you have taken C6, but where is the matrix? You have not designed the matrix. You are taking the data starting from F, but in column F, where is the value? I told you you have to design the matrix in column F, right? So now nothing wrong. You go to column F,
Okay.
then you type just 0. Go to the next column, type 3.1.
Okay.
Go to the next column and go for Control E. Now you
Okay.
got the records.
Yes.
That
Yes.
column was missing. That's what I told you. The rule number one for VLOOKUP with approximate match, you must have a matrix and that must be sorted.
Okay. 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 Okay.
All right. So I believe our VLOOKUP with multiple columns, how to apply and get the values, we got the clarity.
सर the column value वो फंडा नहीं समझ repeat
Now, which column you are in?
two
How did you know that?
by looking at the column it's B, so alphabetically it's second column.
Yeah, alphabet B. If you count, it gives two, but B is the alphabet, correct?
Yes,
So same thing when I go and do it in Excel, Excel will be using the column formula. And is it giving me two?
yes, got it.
Now, same thing when I go and apply towards right, am I getting 2, 3, 4, 5?
Yes,
So same thing we did it. Instead of column index number giving anything, we used a formula called column.
no, I got this, when you said, column 2, but here when we, while applying the formula, we have just given two close brackets after column. We have not
Chin-
mentioned the number. So does that mean that, it will start from left to right and that will be 2?
Obviously, if you remember the business maths case also, when you go for row formula over here, how this row formula was calculated. When you go for it, which row we are operating with, I told you, right? This is in row number 12.
Right,
So we have just subtracted with our 11 because we were expecting 1.
right, right.
But technically, the formula row open bracket close bracket, this is the ideal way of writing the formula.
Yes,
And this gives me 12. But we were expecting 1. That's why we have deducted
max,
with 11.
got it. So it
Same thing we
was
did
due
it
to
on.
that back-to-back trainings for PPT and Excel. I was not present on that day, but yeah, I understood it now.
So, but you told I'll go through the recordings. I'll be ready for day two. You yourself has committed. I did not say anything on that.
Yes, sir, I didn't get
Right?
time, but yes,
Right? Right?
my fault.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. It's not that you should agree your fault or my fault. I'm just telling. The reason why this kind of questions comes up because we did not practice it, and that is the only reason why I was keep on saying before coming to day two, day three, or day four, please practice day one, whatever the things, because that is what it is repeatedly being going to be used.
Yes, sir. Agree.
Yeah. All right. So I believe now we look up with column combination, how to apply the formula over here. We got the clarity. Any questions from anybody before proceeding further? All clear? All right. Now take a look. As I told you, this is a template we are designing for the bus. But template, we cannot have a sample data or something like this and we can send it across. So template has to remain blank. Now take a look, 1 minute, just try to understand on my screen. If I go and delete my A11 cell, what happens? My formula goes for toss and it gives hash NA. But technically the formula is there being working. Since there is a data absence, my formula shows error. This is what I know. But when I send it across to my boss, something like this, what he'll say? Because I did not do anything. When I open the file, it is already showing the error. So can I say, sir, you are supposed to put the data. You have not just placed it. You have not typed anything. That's why it is showing error. This is the right way to explain. So as long as my boss is not typing anything, the formula also should not react anything. It should be idle. It should be blank, right? So what we can do in that case is just watch my screen. Any point of time to handle this kind of formula driven errors, we have a ready-made formula naming called if error. Now kindly look at my formula bar. Don't watch here. Look at my formula bar. Now how it works, I'll tell you. Though if error is there in the beginning, first Excel will process VLOOKUP formula. If VLOOKUP formula returns the answer as an error in step 2, our if error formula will be applied. Now, when we have declared already if error, then in those errors place, what we are expecting, that also we need to define. So here now VLOOKUP is given as the value for if error. Now, if it is returning error, what you're expecting? Nil, not available, not applicable, anything we want, we can go for this. But as I told you, since we are working in a template, we don't want to define anything. We want to retain the cell as blank. And I told you in day one itself how to define a blank cell in the formula output. Two immediate double inverted quotes. That makes a blank cell without space. Remember that. Now, if error bracket has to be closed. Formula is ready only for a cell. Need to apply for rest. Control, enter. And we got the records. Just see, as long as there is no data over here, my formula remains silent. Now tomorrow, if my boss is going to type some data here, automatically gives the result. So this is how people, if error is the formula, can be combined with any formula and handle the formula driven errors. So now is it clear? Fine, clear with our situation. So the query was there, how to use if error, where to use if error, whether that is clear, the concept. All right. So now take a look at this. As I told you, I will keep this cell as blank, and the moment I send it across, the formulas are ready there, but it is not giving the result since we have used if error, no doubt. Now, when I send it across to my boss, suppose just watch my screen for a minute, and he is typing something like this, and the formula doesn't work. Immediately, he got panic. He called up me, Prabhas, what kind of template you have designed? It is not working. I have no idea where and how the things have gone wrong because I checked twice before sending this file to my boss. Now, unless and until I leave my work and coming back to his cabin, watching his laptop, I have no idea where the thing has gone wrong. But when I did so, then I realized my boss has not typed the data properly. So, what kind of feeling you would be having if you were in my place? Will you be happy working with your boss who doesn't have a sense to type the data properly? Obviously, a lot of frustrations at workplace, but we can't express our anger over there, isn't it? So now, though my boss has done a silly mistake, but I have to rectify that. Now, whose premium time is being wasted? I was in the middle of some work. I left it in that way halfway through. I came back to boss cabin. I was explaining the things properly, how to type it. I did that, no doubt. But whose mistake is in this and whose premium time is being wasted? Of course, it's my time is being wasted, and for that also, I am the reason. How? Because who has given that opportunity to commit the mistake? It's me. So obviously, it's my mistake because boss is always right. So in this case, people, what you have understood that when you go for this kind of templates, always give the least options to the user to type the data. Because if you give more option, then people will get definitely they will commit mistake and the committing mistake chances are very high. So it's always better give you options to select the data. But how to do that? So if you want to prevent the errors to happen, we should go for a drop down list. Now, question is how to create a drop down list. Just see. I'll go to my A11 cell. Okay, there are two ways. You can go for simply selecting this and going to our data menu. We have a option called data validation. This is the key for data validation. This is if you are in 2013 and above versions of Microsoft Excel or previous version also, no problem. But if you're having 365 at your workplace, see the beauty. I can simply right click on that cell. Can you see the very first option we have got a search option above to the cut. There you just need to type valid. And when you type valid, it shows the validation. So that's what the beauty of 365. You don't need to remember the location where this data validation option is available. Hope it works. Those who are having 365, then it will take you to a dialog box, something like this, where the validation criteria allow it shows any value. So instead of any value, you can go for list. And when you go for the list over here, it will ask you where is the source, means to create that list, where is the source data. So the data is employee ID. You can select the complete ID starting from A3 to A7 and click OK. And there will be a drop down ready. Now just go and click the drop down and whichever the employee ID data you are looking for, just select and that data will be available. See, all the things have become more dynamic now. So this is how people we have understood that how to deal with this kind of stuffs like how to combine VLOOKUP with column, VLOOKUP column with if error, and how to connect the same to a drop down and making things ever dynamic. And all these things very much needed in dashboard designing, template designing, summary report, tabular reports. So any doubt, any queries, feel free to ask.
Hi Prabhas, am I
Hmm.
audible?
Yep.
Yeah, actually there was a mic problem with my this thing Teams.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
I'm having a query which is related to this dialog box. Can I share my
Yeah, yeah,
screen?
sure.
So suppose I have selected this validation. Is it visible?
Yep.
So this dialog box window size is very small. How I can like increase the size? So there
No,
are
you
few
can.
dialog boxes where there is option of increasing it, but
Yeah,
it
yeah.
doesn't have. So is there any way out?
No. So this is inbuilt options, whichever the options it is along, like your find and replace box sometimes or text to
Hmm.
column box, you may go
Hmm.
for that. So this is inbuilt. Wherever the options are allowed, you can use that. If it is static, then you can't do anything.
Okay. Okay. There are few dialog boxes where there is
Yes,
option of
yes.
dragging it, but
Yes, you can go
this
for
dialog,
name box.
yes.
Yesterday also we saw while working with pivot table, when you go for report connections, we could
Hmm.
see all the table datas, numbers. So it depends.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. All clear? Whatever we
Yes.
discussed so far.
Yes.
Fine. Now come to our scenario two. So first stay focused over here. We have got same master data and now we are looking for the data of ID 003. So here also name, department, position, salary, and we are also expecting the data in the similar pattern. Okay. Now, if that is the case, then how to deal with it? As I told you, when you have the data in the same sequence, then you can simply go for a formula with VLOOKUP and naming called column. So I'll go for VLOOKUP, taking the data, making a column log, comma, table array. Then no movement, F4 once, comma, column index number. So I'll be using column formula since here also 2, 3, 4, 5 is there. I'm also looking for 2, 3, 4, 5. But the problem would be when I go for the column, which column I'm typing the formula in column H. So what is the column H number? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So H is going to give me number 8. Can you see? Right? But what I am looking for? I am looking for 2. So what we can do? We can simply go for minus 6. So this is how when you are applying VLOOKUP between two different Excel sheets or two different Excel files, though the data is in the same sequence, but you need to define the column number with the same sequence. Now, comma 0 for exact match, bracket close. Formula is ready only for a cell. We need to apply for rest. Control, enter, and we got the records. So
Mr.
this is how
Mr. Prabhas,
you
you showed to me that column 8. Now, how you're seeing that 8? This is not getting
F9.
for
After selecting
F9, huh?
yes, F9.
Okay.
So this is how when you go for application of VLOOKUP between two different Excel sheets or two different Excel files, you have to go and apply slightly tweaking the column number. Check it out. Is it working?
Hello, Sabia. Uh,
All
where you
right.
are?
So I'll go for scenario three
Yes, sir.
now, if you're okay with that, right? So let's go and
Yes, sir.
proceed with our scenario three.
Yeah, I'm just
Yes,
completing.
the break down.
Okay.
So did you log the column as well while when we mentioned the parameter -6, that is from we want the second column and we are on 8. So we did -6 to get to
Right.
the, so in that case for me, let me share my screen for a minute.
Mr. Prabhas, I'm trying to do that F9. It is not showing that column range. Yeah.
Just a minute.
So we have this formula over here. So if I
Yeah, because your lookup value is changing, right?
yeah, so
Lookup lookup value. Lookup value you have to log. If you see the scenario one, go to scenario one. Why did you log the column there? When you go for lookup value, you log the column there, right?
yes,
Why?
because it should be the constant one. Shouldn't be moving with
Which
our
one should be constant? A11 should not go to A12, means column has to be locked.
right.
Similarly, H3, H4, whatever that lookup value is there, H4, go to the formula. H4 should not move to
H5.
I4.
Yeah.
So we should lock that. Lookup value should be locked. Lookup value, not column formula. Lookup value has to be locked. Column lock, F4 three times. Yes. No, 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 no. See, there itself you have to lock it and then you have to hit enter. Go to Dhananjay. First you lock the lookup value. Lock, see, change this lookup value first. It is in G4. Lookup value in G4.
Right.
Where is your cursor? Where is your cursor? Keep the cursor in lookup value. Lookup value remove. Whatever it is there, it is remove. Then go and click that G4. Click that.
Sorry.
G4. Lookup value is G4.
Yeah, got it.
That should be locked. F4 three times. And then enter. And then drag it to the right.
Got it, sir. Thank you.
Yep. Yes, Rahul, what's your question was?
Can I share my screen?
Yep.
One minute. You are able to see.
Mm-hmm.
Apply the formulation.
Mm-hmm.
Here on the column,
Mm-hmm.
you showed to me press F9. You can see. See?
No, no, no. I did not say in that way.
Ah,
You have to close the bracket. After column open bracket, you have to close the bracket
okay.
and you have to select the entire section starting from C till close bracket.
See?
Starting from the column text, entire column text with open and close bracket, you select.
Okay.
Not the entire formula, not the entire
Ah,
formula, only column section, starting from C till close bracket.
sorry. On. Only this, huh?
Then F9,
Yes.
then undo, Control Z. You have to come back.
Okay.
Then at the end of the formula, you have to keep your cursor, comma, 0.
Okay. No, got it. Okay.
Fine. So I believe situation 2. Yeah, we'll go for that, Dhananjay. We are in the flow. That's what I did not want to disturb. So we'll complete scenario 3 and we'll go for the break. Don't worry. So now we'll proceed to our scenario 3. So just have a look at my screen over here. We have the same master data. Okay. Now then we are looking for the ID 005 details. Now here the situation will be different. Try to understand. Our data, we have got master data something like this, but now we are no more looking for name first. We are looking for department first, then salary, then name, then position. Now, if we are thinking to apply VLOOKUP in our master data, department is in which column?
See,
Which column?
Third.
Number.
three,
Third.
three,
3.
Yes. Then salary,
5,
5.
name,
2.
2,
and position.
4.
4.
So this is what the number it is supposed to be for our VLOOKUP purpose column index number. Do you agree?
Yes.
Right. Now, first thing first, is it a series? Is it a chronological order? 3524.
No.
So we look up with column formula is ruled out. We cannot apply that. Do you agree?
Yes.
So these numbers are I'm creating to make you understand, but technically these are not playing any role in our formula. Like here also, it is not playing any role in our formula. This is just to make you understand. So 3524 is not in a sequence, so we cannot apply VLOOKUP with column. Now, just take a look. Can we do the cut paste work? Can we cut department from here and bring name over here? Then can we cut salary, bring position over here and make our formula, bring it in a series?
No.
Why not? We know
We
the
can do
cut paste
that,
work.
but it must not be required, not as per the requirement.
No. We can do that, but that is not a
Yeah.
good idea because we have got maximum 3 to 4 columns. We can do it in this case. But in the real time,
Ah,
when you go and download the data from SAP or ERP, there might be 80 to 90 columns. And out of that, suppose
mm,
35 columns, you need to adjust something like this. So while doing the cut paste work, somewhere the other will be lost. And definitely will be committing mistakes and entire data will goes for toss. Do you agree?
Yes.
So this is the reason why the cut paste also idea is not so great. We rule out that. Now option 3. Do you believe that our VLOOKUP has the power to make the column index number dynamic automatically, something like this? If yes, then why we were struggling with this? So VLOOKUP also doesn't have the power to get the column index number automatically. So in that case, what is the option left? Nothing. So technically we have nothing, but we have to add more power in our VLOOKUP formula. So how to add that power? What is the extra things we need to add? So let's go and learn first. So leaving 3 to 4 row items, just go for typing a text naming called Jan and drag it up to December.
The same sheet are we using?
Yeah. Now, kindly take a look at my screen. In this highlighted block, if I ask you how many variables are there, so we will say 12, Jan to December 12. Now, if I ask you what is the position of May, so you'll start counting Jan as 1, Feb as 2, like that. The moment you reach May, it answers gives us 5. So you'll be saying answer as 5. Same thing when you do it in Excel. How Excel is giving the result, just see. So 1 minute first watch my screen. When I go and find the result in Excel, Excel will be taking the help of a formula. The name is match. What it demands me, lookup value. What VLOOKUP ask, lookup value. What HLOOKUP ask, lookup value. Similarly, match also asks for lookup value. So lookup value, as I told you and discussed, that what is that we have with us, we can take it as a lookup value, comma. Then it asks for lookup array. What VLOOKUP was asking, table array. What HLOOKUP was asking, table array. But match is asking lookup array. There is a difference. People commits a mistake over here. In any formula of Excel, if it demands array or table array is nothing but the combination of your entire rows and columns. I repeat, in any formula of Excel, if it demands array or table array, it is nothing but our rows and columns combination. If it asks for lookup array, it can be a complete column or complete row. It cannot be both. So in our case, how is our data in a complete column? So that becomes my lookup array, comma. What kind of match we have been following since we look up 0 for exact match. Here also we go for it. Now this gives me a result as 5. So what match formula does, it takes the value over a cell and it finds out the cell location or cell position as the answer. Now, if you take a look at this, if I go and change this May to September, what will be my answer? Should be 9. We got it. If I go for December, should be 12. Yes. If I go for Feb, is it giving 2? Yes. If I go for May, it gives me 5. So this is how people we have understood that how to use this over here, our match formula we understood. So give it a try and check it's working. So any difficulties with match formula, you can ask me.
Prabhas, am I audible?
Yep.
So Prabhas, what did you say? What is the difference between table array and lookup array? In table array is a combination of rows and columns,
Yes.
and lookup array is only columns, is
Yeah,
what you are
only
saying?
column or only row. Only
Only
column
column. It
or
is not a
only row.
combination.
It's not a combination. All right. So we got
Prabhas,
the,
when I am
yep.
trying to change the month, the value is
Mhm.
not changing on its own.
You would have taken the lookup value from this array. You
Yeah.
should, that is what, you should have your own value, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Not taking value for me as
Mm-hmm. Yes, Dhananjay, what's the problem?
I'm not the value is not changing. So but I have shared my screen over here.
Yeah, what is that you have taken?
Here while doing the VLOOKUP,
No,
actually
not
taking
VLOOKUP. Why VLOOKUP over here?
sorry,
We use the match formula, right?
sorry, oh, I was trying the wrong thing. Sorry.
Yeah, you should go for match formula. All right, so I believe now we have got the clarity of match formula. So taking the match formula, what we do exactly, it takes the value as an input and finds out the cell location or cell position as the answer, isn't it? But here, just think about one thing. No need to have some extraordinary thought process. Just in scenario one, we used column formula and column formula gives the answer in number. Do you agree? Column formula, it gives the answer in number. And match formula also gives the answer in number. Just for the timing, you remember these two things, correct? Now, where to use column formula? When the data is in sequence. When the data is in sequence. And when the data is not in sequence, you should use match formula. Okay, very simple understanding. Is it clear? why we are using match formula with VLOOKUP. Is it clear? Let's go for it. Just 1 minute, watch my screen. I'll go for this formula equal to VLOOKUP, taking the data from left, making it as a column log. Reason we know. Table array, I should take this entire table data, no movement, neither towards down nor towards right. Now this demands me column index number. So column index number, if you look at 3, 5, 2, 4. And since not in a series, we should use the match formula. And when I go for match formula, leave your entire focus from VLOOKUP, give your focus to match. What it demands, lookup value. So now you tell me what is our lookup value. Anybody?
Department.
It should be the all one, right?
Department.
Department, salary, name, and position.
Employee ID is our lookup value. But that we have given to our VLOOKUP formula. So technically we have nothing to give as a lookup value for match, but we have something. What? Taking the department header, can we go and search in lookup array as our first row of the master data? Taking the department header, can I go and search in my first row of the master data? Because as I told you, lookup array is nothing but a complete row or complete column, cannot be both. Now, since I am taking a department header, I can go and search in the header area only. Do you agree?
Yes.
Now, when I go for it, this array should not move down or move right. What is supposed to do? We should lock it, comma. What kind of match we have been following? Going for exact match. Now, when I take department and when I'm going to search in this array, in this border area of green color, how many cells are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, department in which position?
3.
So my match formula will be giving me the answer as 3. Just see. Is it the same number we were expecting?
Yes.
So our match formula is working fine. We got the understanding. All right. Now here, we are not writing match formula alone. We are writing inside VLOOKUP. So VLOOKUP, how it ends up with? VLOOKUP ends up with 0, bracket close. Formula is ready, only for a cell. Need to apply for rest. Shortcut, control, enter. And our problem starts. Though we write our formula with all the applications, locking the cells, match formula is giving result, where the thing it has gone wrong. So sometimes you may come across this kind of situation. Though the formula is 100% absolutely correct, it will not deliver the result. So don't be panicked, don't break your head much, don't get frustrated, don't get annoyed. Have a cool, a bit, and look at your data. Is there any problem in my data? Maybe we do not know. So if you look at our data, how many characters it is seeming available? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, if I go for the formula len to calculate how many characters it is available, it shows 7. So now I have understood there is some unwanted characters available in my cell. I don't know whether it is a space or it is something else. We cannot be so judgmental, we cannot be so predictable over here. So if at all it is a space, we have a ready-made formula in our Excel naming called trim. The basic job of trim function is to remove all the unwanted spaces from the cell in the beginning or at the end, in the middle, anywhere unwanted spaces are there, it will remove. Now I have removed that. Now if I go and again do the test, checking the character length, then is it giving me 6? Yes. Now I have confirmed that there is a space over here. And this is what the problem you may come across when you download the data from SAP or ERP. So how to handle this? Do I need to do a data cleansing first? No, not necessary. So now we have understood there is a problem in the data. But what we are going to do, we are going to make our formula efficient enough in such a way it will first clean the data. That clean value will become the input for the formula and it will be giving the result. But how? If I open the formula, which element is uncleaned? We discussed G11, isn't it? G11 is uncleaned. So this entire G11 will retain within trim. So this is called again one more nested function over here, and automatically my data will be cleaned. Then cleaned become will look up the value for VLOOKUP. Match is already giving the result. Formula is ready. Only for a cell. Need to apply for rest. Control Enter. Now see the beauty. Even though the data is uncleaned, but still we could fetch our answer. This is very powerful function. We look up with match people whenever you are looking for something vertical, something horizontal, even you can use this formula over there. So give it a try and check it's working. Any doubt, any queries, feel free to ask.
So this trim is part of data cleaning, is it?
Yes.
Okay. So we can apply it to whole sheet. Or
No,
it's not like that.
no.
Okay.
Trim, like if error is a function, trim is also a function. If whether you can combine with any functions, stream also you can combine with any function, but the basic job is to remove the unwanted spaces. So you cannot go for whole worksheet to go for trim. So you can apply trim for a cell only.
Okay. So it will not go to entire column or row like that.
You have
Only
to
to the
apply
cell.
that. You have to apply that. Once one particular cell is applied, like how you apply the formula for the whole column or a whole row. Similarly, you can go for trim formula, first one for cell, then you can drag it down or you can drag it right.
Right. Okay.
So this kind of formula functions, again, while working with your dashboard, summary report, tabular reports, templates, you can make use of that. So taking the live data, you have to keep practicing with the logic, and trust me, you can save a lot of time. So can I take that? We are clear with our advanced lookup sheet story, whatever we did, scenario one, two, three. Any difficulties? Anybody?
Can I share my screen?
Yeah, yeah, sure. No, no, you have already tried the formula, right?
Yeah, I typed.
Yes. Just escape, undo that. Go for
Here,
undo.
there's some error came.
We'll see that. That is what the
This I
reason
just
I deliberately ask you to open that formula so that we can come to know where is the problem. So trim you have taken, match H2, A2 to E2. That is a asterisk you have given at the end. See, we are not going to multiply. We are
uh,
going to put a comma.
Excel suggested it.
No, no, no. It's not suggestion Excel will ever give to you.
When I
Excel has taken that cursor to that area. It is showing there is a mistake in that area. Excel has never suggested you to type asterisk.
do you accept it came like that, and then I
No, no, that is for
entered
close
yes.
bracket. That is for close bracket. Excel will
Uh-huh.
give you suggestion for close bracket. No, no, that is the mistake again. See, once your match formula is over, you have to give a
Uh-huh.
comma. This zero also you remove. Then comma. See, column index number is one section. It is over now. Now going for exact match for VLOOKUP. No, 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 no. Match formula where it is over. When you go for exact match with zero,
Yes. So now
then
close
bracket close.
bracket.
That close bracket is meant for
Match formula is over.
right. Then comma. Read the formula instruction which is below. Now you are in
Uh,
VLOOKUP. So you have to close VLOOKUP also with zero exact match. Then VLOOKUP bracket close. Now hit enter.
okay.
Now same formula you can apply towards right.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. All
Done.
right, friends. So I believe we are clear with that, and we are going to go with a small break over here. Okay. So you can have a cup of tea or coffee. Come back soon. In my system, it is 422.435. Again, we are going to catch up.
So can you share one screen here? I just want to check if I'm connected.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'll leave and come back. Okay, anyways, it's break. All right. Thank you, sir.
All right, so I believe everybody's back. Could you please respond in the chat box? Why for yes? So I see Sukada and Dhananjay, they're back. How about others? Can you respond? Well, Suraj, Param, and Rahul, could you please respond? Okay, so now we are going to discuss the next sheet, naming called nested if. So we are going to discuss this logical formula of Excel, how to apply. So in day one, we discuss a glimpse of that, how to segregate the data or how to bifurcate the positive and negative by using logical function. Now we are going to discuss in depth on that. Just see, suppose say we have a score. We need to check if the person scores more than 50, results would be pass, else fail. So this kind of test, when you want to do over there in Excel, we have to use a logical formula naming called if. How it works, it asks me the data. Data is there a score, and what is that we need to check? Is it greater than 50? Now, if I check, there is a success, there is a failure also. So what is the meaning by success value if true? Now, if this score is more than 50, what is the result we are expecting? Pass. Pass is our text. So we must define within two double inverted quotes pass. If the person is not passed, what is the ultimate answer? That is what value if false. So if the person is not passed, ultimate answer is fail. So within two double inverted quotes, fail, because these are our own text. Now formula is ready, giving the answer, no doubt. If I go back and checking the score something less than 50, so 35, shows me fail. If I go for something more than 50, so 65, it shows pass. What if I define something 50? Logically, it is supposed to be pass, right? But Excel shows fail because Excel doesn't have the emotions. It gives the result what is the instruction you have given. So we have given exactly greater than 50. Now, if suppose somebody scores 50, we have to bit very careful, define the logic also carefully greater than equal to 50. So this is how when you define the condition more than one operator, how to define it, we got that understanding. So 50 or more than 50, results will be passed. So this is how a simple logical formula, how to apply it, we got the basic understanding. All right, so give it a try and check. Everything is clear, whatever we did. Any doubt, any queries? Right? I believe all clear. Now we'll go for our next. Suppose say there are two new joinees in my department naming A and B. I have conducted one assessment or test for them. They have got their individual scores. A has scored 50, B has scored 90. By looking at the score, my boss immediately passed a statement that score of A is greater than score of B. So it is now my duty to check whether the statement, whatever my boss has passed, it's a true statement or it's a false statement. So any point of time to check a statement status, what we can do is we can go for a simple formula again. If taking that score of A, check whether it is greater than B, this becomes my logical test. Now, if this is true, then answer we are expecting to be true. If the answer is not true, what is the ultimate answer? Is the false. So we can give it, and the moment I hit enter, result is false. So this is how people, whenever there's a need, you want to check a statement status, we can also go for a simple logical formula if over here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
So in this scenario, the manager was wrong, right? He said like it was.
Obviously, obviously. See, even though he's wrong, you should not say, sir, you are passing a false statement or you are wrong. If you do so, it will hurt his ego, and we don't
Yes.
want to take that risk. So we want Excel to throw the result. So Excel has thrown the result. It's a false statement.
Yes, sir.
All right, can I take that? Everybody's clear, whatever we discussed?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, let's go for finding the answer for question number three. Stay focused, very, very important. Just see. We have a score. We need to find out if the person scores more than, or if the person scores less than 25, result is fail. If he scores more than 25 but less than 50, result should be grade C. If he scores more than 50 but less than 75, grade should be B. If he scores more than 75, grade should be A. So basically, we have got four categories: fail, grade C, grade B, grade A. But based on the score, we need to decide. Now, if you look at the score, what should be the answer? Just manually check and tell me what should be the answer.
Yeah.
So that we know very well that grade should be A. But how to define that? How to get that? Because it's not just only one person's score, so we have to find out there are 10,000 people like this. So how to find the score for 10,000 people over here? So in this case, can we go and check it manually one by one? Obviously not. It will take a lot of time. Then how to deal with the same? So there is a beautiful answer for this, which people never prefer to do. I told you, when your data is falling in a slab, the best option you can go for VLOOKUP with approximate match, but only thing is you have to create a matrix like this. So that is what the ultimate answer I would always suggest.
Prabhas, this matrix is mandatory, like 0,
Yes,
3.1.
yes, it is mandatory.
Right? Without this, it will not fetch the desired result.
Obviously, because the data has to be matched in the matrix.
Okay, right.
Yeah,
It will not capture from the range.
definitely not. So in this case, since we do not have that, or any point of time, if you want to solve this kind of equations or puzzles, what is the choice we have? So we have to write the if formula. But here, multiple if formulas we have to write. So what is the problem then? Why we are struggling then? The struggle point is how to start with. And there is always a problem with our approach. So when this kind of situation comes, how to deal with the same? So I'll tell you. First of all, think about just like a layman. How many conditions are there? Yes, people? Anybody? How many conditions are there?
Four, four
Four
conditions.
conditions.
Four conditions. So we know that to write a particular condition, we have to depend upon a if formula. So four conditions means four if formulas are needed over here. But we are not going to write all the four conditions in four different cells. Our objective is we need to write all these four conditions in one cell. And when this is the situation, then the first step is count the total number of condition minus 1. Means total number of condition is 4 minus 1 means 3 if formulas we must write. This is our step 1. Now when we have decided 3 if formulas we need to write, then we need to follow a rule. Rule says that whenever you write multiple if formulas, you need to follow a logical application. What is that? There should be an order, either ascending to descending or descending to ascending. Or you can start from fail, end up with grade A, or you can start from grade A and end up with fail. Up to you. But there should be a proper flow of the logic over there. We have to go for it. Okay. Now, in this case, if you are really looking at over here, total four conditions minus one, three if formulas. So we'll start with over here with the first logic. First 1 minute, watch my screen. Taking the score, logical test, less than 25. Now, if this is true, should be fair. And since that is my own text, we must write within two double inverted quotes. Then it asks me value if false. So if the person is not fail, what is the ultimate answer? Pass. But I cannot write pass over here because our problem starts there. If the person is passed, which bucket, which category it is going to fall, whether grade C or grade B or grade A, that we need to decide over here. But how to do that? Just see. So here, the next logic, what we need to check is whether the person is in grade C. So grade C purpose, what's the condition? Should be more than 25, but less than 50. So how to define that? Start one more if formula. Logical test, again take the score, but how to condition specify over here? Here always people commits a mistake. They go for again greater than 25, which Excel gets confused. So instead of doing that, since you have taken less than 25, the maximum limit, you have to take less than 50 also as a maximum limit. So that's called a proper logical flow. And that makes a condition more than 25, but less than 50. If this is true, what should be the grade? The grade should be grade C. So this is our text, comma, then value if false. So if this is not true, maybe grade B. Grade B purpose, what's the condition? More than 50, but less than 75. Start one more if. Then again the score, taking that less than 75. And then if this is true, value if true, formula is demanding, should be grade B. Then what is demanding? Value if false. So if this is also not true, like if the person is not fail, not falling in the category of grade C, neither falling in the category of grade B. If none of these conditions are true, what is the ultimate answer? Grade A. So we should write grade A within two double inverted quotes. No other if formula. Now take a look how many if formulas we have written. 1, 2, and 3. So ideally, as we discussed, did we write the same? Total number of 4 minus 1, 3 if formulas. Now, all these if formulas, if you look at, it's open. Ideally, how do you end up with the formula? 3 close brackets. That's called your nested if formulas. And this is how the moment you go for it, your answer is ready. So whenever there is a need, how to write multiple if formulas, we got the clarity. Just check it out. Is it working? If you have any queries, you can ask me. Anything not clear in this, feel free to ask. All right, so we'll go for some more logical formulas of our Excel. Okay, naming called and or.
So can
So
you
where
just give
to?
me 1 minute, please? I'm almost done.
Yeah, no problem.
Yes, sir. We can go ahead. Thank you.
So here, the moment we go for this, we have done up to our question number 3. Now we'll discuss about some more logical formulas like and or. Sometimes you may need to use that. So, but how it works? And or formula comes into picture when you want to check more than one conditions over there. So and formula, what it says, if you are checking multiple conditions, then all the conditions are to be satisfied or all the conditions are to be true. Then only I will return the answer true. Whereas or formula just does the opposite. What it says, when you check multiple conditions, if any condition is satisfied or if any conditions becomes true, I will return the answer true. So it will be more clear when you go for a small example. Just see. I'll go for a formula. Just 1 minute, watch my screen. I'll go to my second example, score of A. I will check. Is it more than 30? Then it asks me logical too. I'll go for my second score, score of B. Is it less than 60? I will check. Okay, just see. Score of A, how much? 50. Is it less than 30? No. So it is greater than 30. So are we checking greater than 30? Yes. Means the answer is technically yes. So first condition, answer is true. Second condition 90. Is it less than 60? No. So second condition answer is false. So one is true, one is false. We are operating with AND. But AND formula says all the conditions are to be satisfied. Since one is not satisfied, what should be the answer? Should be false. We got it. So this is how people your AND formula works. Try this.
So can you please repeat one more time?
Sorry.
Can you please repeat one more time
Yeah.
about the AND formula?
Yeah. So if you go for AND formula, we are checking first logic. 50 is there. We
Yes.
are checking whether 50 is greater than 30. So 50 is greater than 30, yes or no?
Yeah. Yes.
So yes means technically answer is true in Excel language.
Mm-hmm.
Score of B 90. We are checking is it less than 60?
No.
So technically answer is false. So one is true, one is false. We
Mm-hmm.
are operating with AND. Both the conditions are to be satisfied. Since one is not satisfied, answer will be false. And
So we
that's what we
just
got.
took those two 38 and 60 as a hypothetical numbers.
Yes, we are
Okay.
checking that just. We don't know what is the score there, but we are checking. If it is satisfied, both the things are satisfied, answer should be true. Since one is not satisfied, answer becomes false.
So, can you quickly tell me what all happened? Sorry, I was not there.
We have just checked our AND formula, and before that we discussed about if formula, nested if formula. After
Okay.
break, after break. These are the two things so far we have done. So if you have missed out, you'll see the recording, no issues, because
Yeah.
again, we are running behind the schedule because a lot of queries are there. I have kept on answering and a lot of glitches also in the internet.
Yes.
So we need to adhere to the timeline. Anything is missing, you can see the recordings. Don't worry. Okay,
All right.
right. So, and formula, is it working? Any doubt?
Yes.
Any queries?
Yes.
Right. Now, same logic we are going to check with the OR formula. Just see first 1 minute, watch my screen. So I'll go for the OR formula, same logic to check. Again, we'll go and check. Just see. Score of 50. Is it more than 30?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Means technically answer is true. So since my first condition itself is satisfied, our formula is not bothering about checking the rest of conditions. Because if one condition is satisfied, ultimate answer is true. Since my first condition itself is satisfied, it is not going to bother about checking the rest of conditions. Now, answer will be ultimately true. So this is what the formula people or formula. So sometimes you may need to use this and or formula whenever you are checking multiple conditions. And depending upon the need, you have to make use of that. Try this.
Yeah. Working, sir.
Right. So is it clear for all our nested formulas, logical formulas, and or how to apply the story of nested if sets? Now we'll go for the sheet called sum and count. So we are going to discuss some aggregate function of our Excel And again, these are going to help us in designing the dashboards, summary reports, table reports, templates, but how to use the same, let's have a discussion. We have 5 columns of data, like with regard to the employees, date of training, name of the employee, division they belong to, salary they draw, and training expenses incurred upon each and every employee. Taking all these 5 columns into consideration, we need to answer all these 6 questions. So let's go for the first one. It demands me count occurrence of division HFD. So now you tell me which column we have to deal with
Column C.
and what we need to do in the division column. We need to go and check how many times HFD is appearing or what is the frequency of HFD. We need to check that. So basically criteria based counting to be done. We have a ready-made formula naming called count if. What it demands me the range. So which column we have to deal with? We have to go for our division column. So we'll go for our division column. Then it demands me criteria. What's my criteria is HFD. How to define that? Now, since it is my own text, I can go for simply within two double inverted quotes, and this is going to give me the answer as 28. So this is called whenever there is a criteria based counting to be done, you can depend upon a formula called count if. Check it out. Is it working?
Count C4 to C94. For me, it's coming 0. How come? I don't know.
Check the condition what you have given. Read out.
Equals to count if inverted bracket C4.
Now, why inverted bracket C4? It's a range, right?
Yeah, range
Then range should not
C4
be
to
given in
C94.
range should not be given in inverted brackets, inverted quotes. You should not.
Yours is same, like
Copy and paste the formula what you have written in the chart box.
yeah.
HDF. So division is HFD.
Oh, sorry. HFT. HFT. And got it.
Now here, count salary less than 1,50,000 US dollars. So which column we have to deal with? We have to deal with the
D.
salary column.
Yeah.
So again, we need to check in the salary column, wherever it is less than 1,50,000 salaries there, how many times it is there. Again, we need to check. So again, criteria based counting to be done. So count it. Which range will go for salary? Then what it demands? Criteria. What's the criteria? Less than 1,50,000. So here we have to stay focused. See, In this kind of aggregate functions, when you design the conditions less than, greater than, less than or equal to, greater than equal to, not equal to, something like that, then you must write within two double inverted quotes. So over here, the moment I go for this, the condition should be like this. And then bracket close, there are 51 cases. Over here, you could check. And again, the criteria based counting, it will be giving the result.
Less than 150,000. And the type corrected to.
Hope it is working. All right. So let us go for our next question. Sum salary for division RAD. So we need to check first in the division column, wherever RAD is there, then corresponding salary, we have to make a total. So basically criteria based sum to be done. So then we have a ready-made formula naming called sum if. What it demands me range. So which range we have to deal first is the division, right? Then it demands me criteria. What's my criteria is RAD. So within two double inverted quotes, I can write. Then it demands me some range. Which range will be applying the sum formula in the salary column. And the moment we hit enter, we got the answer over here in this form.
Prabhas, I have a question related to this count if.
Mhm,
So, let's say we have counted, let's say, so 51 are the places where the salaries are less than 15, like $150,000. But
mhm.
I mean, what exactly it is giving me? I mean, it's just a count. It's not telling me the places. I mean, maybe somewhere something that needs attention or something like that. So, what
Okay, so
exactly
now
is the application of this?
application like so you have got a 1 lakh records.
Yeah,
You have got 1 lakh records, and you have got pan India, suppose outlets, and
yeah.
you just want to know how many invoices we have raised in Mumbai.
Just the number count.
Yes, total row
Oh,
items. How many
okay.
row items? You can say in that way. How many row items with regard to Mumbai is there? So what you do exactly, you go for the column header. Ideally, what we do, we go and filter it out. Do you agree?
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
suppose say if you want to go for less than 51 lakh 50 cases, so you go to this number filter, less than we have an option
Oh,
and we can
yes,
go for
yes,
less than
yes.
50 over here. So this is the same thing yet it is giving. If you go for that, is it showing 51?
Yes.
That's what. So rather doing it, filter it over here, we are just
Okay.
applying the
Okay.
formula.
Formula. Okay.
Yes. So how to write count if, how to
Again,
write
చిన్న
sum
తలకుండా
if.
ఒకసారి వేరిపోయింది.
Over here, we got that basic understanding. Next, we'll go for some salary above 2 lakh US dollar. So in salary column, again, we need to check wherever more than 2 lakh cases are there, how much is the total of the salary we have to make it. So again, criteria based sum to be done. So we'll go for sum if range. Salary is the range. Then it asks me criteria. I told you criteria above 2 lakhs, less than 2 lakhs, less than 1 lakh 50. Whatever it is, we must write within two double inverted quotes. Done. Now, what is the next one? Sum range. Which range you will be applying the sum formula? We are going to apply the formula in the salary column only because we are going to make a total. We are no more looking for counting now. So here we can go and define comma and give the salary range one more time, but that is unwanted. Since our range and some range is the same range, there is no point defining the salary range one more time, extending the formula with unwanted characters, making your file size more heavy. So with this, we can complete our formula, and this is going to give the result 1 crore 32 lakhs 63,214. So this is one more technique you will always remember when you go for criteria based sum to be done. Always try to keep your formula length minimum.
Sir, I have one question. Uh,
Mhm.
for the point number two, is it? Can I share my screen for a minute?
Yeah, tell me what is the question?
I'm not getting the count. What you are getting? There is this thing.
Okay, good the formula. What you are given? You are given which range?
This salary range. The range will
Salary
be
range. What you are given the condition? Less
if it
than
is
15,000. Less than 15,000. One zero is missing. We are asking 1,50,000.
sorry, copy the share. Screen share.
All right. So I believe question
Thus,
number, yeah.
I have one query. So
Mhm.
whenever we select range from C4 to C51 and
Mhm.
we shift control down, then again we have to scroll up. So is there any other way of going up to the formula
Yes,
instead of
you are. I'm glad you asked that. I was waiting somebody should ask me. You should go for control backspace.
okay,
Backspace to reach to the active cell.
okay. Control backspace.
Yes. All right. Now, question number five. Over here, you can notice it is asking me some salary more than 50,000 US dollar, but less than 1,50,000 USD. So which column we have to deal with? No doubt is the salary column. First, we have to just get more than 50,000 cases. Then second, less than 1,50,000 cases. In between these two criteria, whatever the values are going to fall, we have to make a total of that. So basically criteria based sum to be done. But here the number of criterias are more than one. So whenever you have more than one criteria based sum to be done, sum if is not going to help us. We have to go for a formula naming called sum ifs. Now see what is happening. It is asking sum range. Very powerful formula, but bit peculiar also. First, try to understand. Sum range. Which range will be applying the sum formula in the salary column? Then criteria range 1. So what is the meaning by criteria range 1? Here people commits a mistake. You would have also thought the same way, like I should give it more than 50,000. More than 50,000 is one of your criteria, but it is asking where you are going to search that more than 50,000 cases, where you are going to search, what is that range? So range is again the salary only we are going to search. Do you agree? So this is what nothing but your criteria range one. And this is what you have to give it carefully. And once you do that, what is the next thing it is asking? Criteria one. So as per the question, what is the first criteria? More than 50,000. And I told you, when you have more than 50,000, we should give it within two double inverted quotes. Now what it is asking? Criteria range 2. So what is your second criteria? Less than 1,50,000. But where to search? Again, in the salary only. So I'll go and keep it. And this salary, when I give it, this asks me criteria 2. So what's for the question? What is the second criteria? Less than 1,50,000. How to define? Within two double inverted quotes, less than 1 lakh. So this is how people, when you write multiple criteria based sum, that becomes your sum ifs. Very powerful, as I told you. And this is what we need most of the time when you design the dashboards and all. Give it a try and check, is it working? Any doubt, any queries, feel free to ask. Hope it is clear. Sum ifs is working.
Prabhas, I was using this. I was checking formula, but I am not just. Can I share my screen?
Okay.
Uh, Just 1 second. So my screen is coming like this. Like all the formulas are coming, values are not coming.
Okay,
Perhaps
you
I
go for control infinitive. Above to the tab key, we have a
control
key infinitive.
control infinitive. Na?
Yeah,
Now it is fine. Okay, okay.
yeah, yeah. So I believe we all are clear with our count if, some ifs, how to use based on the situations. Any difficulties, anybody? All right, so please find the answer for question number 6. So any answers?
No, we are not able to arrange the dates in ascending order.
When you are arranging the dates,
1st August to 31st January of the year.
so anybody has received the answer 84,284? Check where is the mistake you are committing. Nothing new. All right, so can I take that? We all are clear with our sum ifs, count if, all these things. Any difficulties, any questions running in your mind otherwise? All right, fine. So we are done with our sum and count. So kindly save all your files and close this. Now we are going to discuss our next topic called charts and graphs. So go to our sample case studies folder. There is a file called chart text. Open that. So file name is chart text, sheet name is quick chart. Kindly confirm the same Excel sheet is open in front of your screen. Now, let's go and discuss that over here when your data is ready in terms of statistics, then how to present our data in terms of a beautiful storytelling format. So in day two, we discussed something about different types of visuals. But now we are going to add the visuals along with the narrative story over there that we are going to discuss over here. So if that is the case, then take a look at our data. We have got our entire product wise, whatever the revenue we have generated, complete picture is there. Now looking at the same, my boss is saying to us, why don't you plot our data in a graphical format? So if I want to plot this in a graphical format, simply what I can do, I can select my data, just selecting the data, Control A, and present it in a chart format, then go for Alt F1, a quick keyboard shortcut, Alt F1. So a chart is ready, no doubt. Now this chart, whatever we have prepared over here, no doubt, that doesn't look good. So our first thing first, how to make our chart to look good. If you remember in our day three yesterday, I told you when you have a pivot chart, what is the first thing we should do? Anybody, if you recall?
Then remove the grid lines.
Okay, but that was not the first step.
First one.
That was not the first step. What did I say? You should follow the rhythm.
Filter it in a ascending order.
No. Going to design and take the last tile. Did you remember? So that you can get a glossy impact or shadow impact or embossing effect. This is the first step.
This is Alt F1 we are pressing for this chart.
Yes, yes. If it
Nice.
is not,
Screen
if
went
it
to
is, if
function.
it, no, in your case, function alt F1, you should have gone.
Function Alt F1. Yes.
Right. So first you go to our design tab and take the last tile over there. Then going to the plus symbol and remove the grid lines. This is the minimum formatting first we need to do. And this is what we discussed in pivot case also yesterday. Now, when you go for it, to make our chart more informative, right click on any of the column inside the chart area. Right click on any of the column inside the chart area and go for format data series. So when you go for format data series, you got a dialog box like this. And very first icon, you have got fill and line. There you go. And inside fill button is there. And within fill, you have an option vary colors by point. When you go and check that checkbox, automatically it will show you a multicolored chart immediately on the screen. Right click on any column, format data series, first icon, fill, vary colors by point. So I believe all of you have got that.
Mr. Prabhas, I'm not able to get that because I'm on 2013, no?
It will be there. You can just take your pointer to any column. How I have highlighted, select one column and right click on that. Then format data series. You'll be getting this kind of dialog box definitely. Now, close this box. The latest style of data presentation, it says that whenever you have your chart, always try to make it more informative. How? By simply right click on any column, you got an option called add data labels. So when you click that, automatically each and every column wise, the value will be picked up and it will be populated in the extreme top of the particular column. Now select one, the entire data labels would be in selection. Make it bold, Control B, B for bold. Increase the font size a bit by pressing Control Shift greater than symbol that we have already discussed in day 2 and day 3 as well to increase the font size. Control Shift greater than symbol.
How did we select all the bars?
Just select one, right click, automatically that will be selected.
Uh-huh. No, for me, only one got selected. Don't know.
No, don't go for left click. Take your mouse pointer to any column. Just click the cursor outside, click once outside of the chart area.
Okay.
Then take your mouse pointer to any of the column. Don't go for left click, do the right click and go for add data labels. It will be added to all the columns.
Format data labels. Format data labels I got.
No, format data labels we are talking only.
Okay.
So you have got data labels added, then only come format data label. Have you got all the data labels added?
Add data labels. Add data labels. Yeah, now, yes. Shift control greater than arrow.
Yeah,
Yeah, got it.
right.
Control B also for this.
Control B for bold.
Bold, yeah. Okay.
Now, once it is done, then what you need to do, the latest style says that people, when you have the data labels, there is no point of having access scale. If you want to maintain the access scale, there is no point of having data labels. But if you compare both, the data labels is more eye-catchy. It is giving the instant information to the audience. So definitely that is more helpful. So you can select the access scale from the left and hit the delete button. Hit the delete button. Then chart title. Having the chart title in the center, those days are gone. Nowadays, people prefer to see the chart title in the right side. You can just select and drag it to the right. So if you're visiting to the money control site, you are reading the Economic Times newspaper, always you will be finding your chart title something like this. All right.
It's getting selected, not able to drag it.
You just take, see, these four arrow keys. Can you see on my screen?
Yeah, okay.
That is the point where you have to hold and you have to drag left, right, up, down, wherever you want, you can take it.
Yeah, got it. Yes,
Right.
thanks.
Now, the moment we have done with this over here, what's next? Just see. When you present your data as it is, nobody likes nowadays, as I told you in since day one also, that what audience is expecting, that when you present your data to the people, ensure that your data speaks a beautiful story to the people. But how to make it, that is what most important part. So here, what we can do, people, you can simply go and select your data, whatever it is there, okay? And then go for data sorting. So here, I'll go and select and data sorting. What is the keyboard shortcut we discussed? Can anybody recall that? Data sorting. Alt D S. D for data, S for sorting. And then go for sort by our USD column. So when you go for sort by USD column, then the order you can choose by largest to smallest. And the moment you click OK, can you see a beautiful story turns up? So anybody, whoever is watching my data, he can make out that I am getting maximum revenue from my first product, cocoa powder, and least revenue from custard powder. So whomever I'm presenting, they're not going to struggle with that. They can immediately pick it up what I'm trying to say the story over here. So this is how people we have understood whenever we are presenting our information in a beautiful chart option, these are the minimum things we should do. And what are the minimum formattings we should do, how to bring in the latest style, and what kind of story format we can bring it by simply arranging the data over there that we have discussed. Any doubt, any queries so far?
Um,
No, sir.
Mr. Prakash, what about the data labels? This names and all, no, it is very like looking ugly. It is like you cannot arrange it. This one rearrange it. The data labels on a proper format.
Data labels is in proper. Data labels is in proper only.
No, no, no. The names of the products.
Ah, that the series details. So series details are not proper. You are having a concern in this area, correct?
Yes, yes. It is not look. It is not making a good impact. No.
Right, absolutely right. I do agree with it. So what to do? Our products are a bit lengthy. Our product names are too much of text. What we can do for that? Can we make some kind of coding to make it crisp?
I don't know. Honestly.
Right. Like the way you have highlighted, though we did this much of things, still we are not reaching to that level. So where the thing it has gone wrong, the audience will not like it, whatever we have presented it, because we are forcing our audience to read their data by bending their head by another 30 to 45-degree angle over here. And this is what people don't like it. So where the thing it has gone wrong, the thing here we cannot blame to our audience, first of all. And neither it's our mistake also. So the mistake happened on the right selection of the chart. So for this chart data where text is too much, this is not the right selection of the chart. So what kind of chart we should take it? Let's discuss. Keep your cursor in the chart, select the chart and make a duplicate. Control D to make a duplicate. And that one bring it in the bottom for your reference later. And what we could do over here is we can select our chart, right click inside the chart area. For this kind of data, the right chart would be going to change chart type, change chart type, and then it will take you to your entire chart family. You will be finding there's an option called bar. So when you go for this bar category and select and click OK, with immediate effect, you could see my data will be coming up and I could read my data, no doubt. So people are not going to struggle while reading it. In fact, if I believe it is occupying much of space, I can still reduce it. Not a problem. So now you tell me which one looks better, option one or option two? Obviously, option two. So this is the reason why people, right selection of the chart is also very, very important. So we have to take a call and that comes out of your practice. So the more the practice we do, the more the presentations you see of big fours, especially the Bain and Company, McKinsey and Co, and the Boston Consulting Group, all these renowned firms presentations, you will get many more ideas how to present your chart over there, looking at your data. All right. So I believe it's clear whatever we did. Any doubt, any queries in our quick chart so far?
So for in order to go ahead and I'm set the alter, I'm pressing the control D A.
I'm sorry, I did not get you. Your voice was
Prabha?
breaking. Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to see if we just change the order from the highest to lowest. So
Mhm.
sort by I'm just trying to the sort by filter.
Sort by. So already data is sorted. Here, largest to smallest data is sorted. So which one you want to sort again?
The one which is appearing on the graph, it shows
Mhm.
the least product on top and the highest product at bottom. So
Absolutely. So this is what again people will object when you go for this kind of presentation because the data is not having a sync with the chart. So here again you need to avoid all this kind of presentations. But how? Again, sorting will not help. People will ask you go and sort the data again. It is not going to help. So how to give a sync? Since my data is in largest to smallest order, my chart also should appear according to that. What you can see, there's a beautiful option. Just say, select your text, whatever we have over here, and then right click on that. You got an option called Format Access. So when you choose Format Access over here, it will take you to a dialog box where you could see there is a beautiful option naming called Categories in Reverse Order. The checkbox is not on. You can select that and see the beauty. With immediate effect, this is going to change the order. And what exactly your data is there with the similar format? Do you see your chart also pops up?
yeah, that's right.
Right. So this is how people we have understood how to make our presentation better over there?
Prabha,
Yes.
I missed something in my chart. Can I share that something? Can I
Yeah.
share my screen? Yeah, just a
Yes.
second. Uh, did you see this data I have to delete?
Huh, that you just close this window from the right side first.
This one?
Yep.
Okay.
Then select that scale in the left side and delete. Just press the delete button.
Delete button. Okay.
Mm. Yeah. So what's
That's it.
that one?
Yeah, that's
Now, the below chart, you select the text towards your left. The text is there. Select that.
mm, okay.
Then left side texts are there. Select that first.
Okay.
Yes. Right click on that. Format
Uh,
axis.
format access.
Then there is an option called categories in the reverse order. Checkbox in the bottom. Then it will change the order.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Prabha.
Yeah, no problem. All right, so I believe now we all are clear with our quick chart sheet people, how to present it, our chart in a beautiful manner, and what are the elements you need to check it out before dispatching the same to the people. Now we are going to look at our combo chart. Now, what is combo chart, why it is so essential, how to design it, and what kind of story the combo chart is going to give it to the audience, we are going to discuss that. Now over here, take a look. We have a sales data, month-wise sales data, month and sales percentage also is being presented. So what you're trying to do now, this data, we are trying to present it in a beautiful manner. So select your data and go for what is the shortcut for plotting a graph? We discussed it.
Alt F1.
Yes, Alt F1. Go for it. And the moment you are done with it, I told you the first thing first. Go into design, take the style. Which one? The last one. Then going to the plus symbol, remove to the grid lines.
Done.
Now, if you look at the chart, what is happening, just try to understand. If you see, we have a sales INR1 data, legend, and that data is also available in blue color and all these things it is showing, no doubt. We have got another legend also over here, naming called sales percentage, but do you see anywhere the signs? No. But technically it is there. Where it is sitting in the bottom of the axis, a small patches kind of look you can see. Now, why this kind of problem is happening? Because in our data, if you look at sales is appearing in terms of numbers, whereas sales percentage data, it is having a percentage format. Technically, these are two different formats which cannot be accommodated, cannot be presented in one axis. So we need to create one axis toward the right side of our chart area, and we'll name it as Z or Z axis. We call it as a secondary axis, and in Excel language, we call it as a combo chart. And this sales percentage, whatever the data we have, we are going to present it in this axis. And that makes our combo chart. Now, why combo chart is necessary? What is the role this is going to play? Hope you are clear with that.
Yes, sir.
Sure. So let's see how to design that. Right click anywhere in the chart area, going to our change chart type. There's a beautiful option turns up in the extreme bottom left is called combo. Sales data, it is showing clustered column. Let it be. Sales percentage, it is showing line. Instead of line, we should go for line with markers. And when you go and choose line with markers over here, that line chart on the markers, it will be sitting in the bottom. So here we have a beautiful option naming called secondary axis. So we can go and select that secondary axis and click OK. So automatically you will be having one axis in the right side, it turns up. This is called Z or Z axis over here. And we have got our legends also ready. Sales in terms of INR. People read from this. And sales in percentage over here. People read from this. And that makes our combo chart. It will be very, very helpful. Whenever you have multiple columns of data to populate one single graph, you can always take a call to retain something in your primary axis and the others in the secondary axis.
Sir, I'm not getting this the sales axis which showing the trend. It is I'm not able to get that. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, yeah.
So here, for some reason, I have this axis over here on the right side, but left.
You just go for undo, undo, again undo. Hmm. Hold on there, hold on there. Now select the chart, go to the,
Yeah.
see, don't do unwanted clicks. Don't do unwanted clicks. Go to select the chart, go to design, go to design. Don't go for right click. That's what I'm telling. Don't do unwanted clicks. Select the chart and go to design. Take the last tile. Right. Now go to plus symbol and remove the grid lines first. Right. Then once this is done over here, then go to right click inside the chart area, change chart type, go for combo, sales data, clustered column, let it be sales percentage line with markers. Yes, put one. And click the secondary axis. Click that and then click OK. Now this will be ready.
Yes, sir.
Yep. All right. So I believe we all are clear with that, whatever we discussed over here with regard to combo chart. Now go to next, budget versus actuals, target versus actuals. So this is one of the most demanded chart type. It'll be month end, quarter end, half yearly, yearly, whatever the presentations people is there, we need to present it. But now the objective is with no time, how to make it more expressive. Just see. We have got the entire three columns. We can select and then plot the graph. Shortcut Alt F1 or function Alt F1. Going to our chart design. First thing first, go for the last tile. Then click on the plus symbol and remove the grid lines. Okay. Now, once you do that, right click on the chart area. You have change chart type. In the bottom left, extreme bottom left, combo is there. And from bottom, when you see the target data, it shows clustered column. But target data, it looks always ideal when you go for a line chart. So go to the target drop down option and choose line with markers. Now go to actuals, which is showing line. You should change to line with markers. Now, no need to do any kind of changes over here. But this kind of charts, when you go for it, one is line, again one is line. It is not an idle option. So what you can do, go to this line with markers and choose the very first option from the column category, naming called clustered column. And when you go for clustered column and click OK, now you see a beautiful chart turns up. So this is one format, one version of your target versus actuals with much minimum efforts how to make it. We got the basic understanding. But as I told you, this kind of presentations are recurring in nature. Now say, this month I have presented something like this. People are happy. Now next month when I'm going to present the similar version of the chart, this is not going to make that much of impact because people have seen that last time. So how to make it different? The upcoming month when I'm going to present it, how to make it different? Just see. Go for selecting the chart and make Control D, make it duplicate. Okay, I'll keep it down. Selecting the chart, go for right click, change chart type, and in combo, ensure both are line with markers. Already one is there. The next one, just change it to line with markers. That's it. And click OK. So this is another version of your target versus actual. So sometimes something like this and something like this. So people happen to see something different and they will love to see such kind of presentation. They will appreciate the work. So with minimum efforts, how to make a beautiful target versus actuals or budget versus actuals or planned versus actuals, how to make it, we just saw that. Yes, you can add the data labels, not a problem. You can go for anywhere. Here you can add the data labels. Okay. So budget versus actuals, target versus actuals, story is over. Any doubt, any queries on this? Anybody? All right. So now we are going to discuss one of the most important chart type nowadays, which is hotcake in the market and more demanding in the corporate world, is called waterfall. Sometimes people call it as a staircase diagram. Sometimes people call this or name this as a bridge chart, but technically this is called as a waterfall. And this chart is available only if you are there in 2019, 2021, or Office 365. Earlier it was not there. So those who are having 2013 and 16, so 2013 definitely not there, but 2016 some versions you may have that. So those who are not having this chart type, you can simply watch my screen, but tomorrow when you get a chance to upgrade your system, you can use that flavor also. But where to use this? See, waterfall diagram basically being used when you have the data in a mixed type, like you have got positive, negative. So what type of data we may have positive, negative, like our expenses and income. If you take financial front, your cash flows data. If you're working with sales or marketing, your data, positive, negative, growth, degrowth. If you're working from HR side, attrition rate, new joinees, exit employees also will be there. So like that, whenever you believe you have got positive, negative combinations of data to be presented, you can always take the help of your waterfall. There is one more area where you can make use of this chart is when you have a sequential activity for a particular task, you can also use this kind of charts. Now, over here, let's see, we have a product to manufacture. Suppose I purchase a material of 50,000. Okay. And I have incurred a labor cost of 1 lakh. So anybody, if he asks me, Pravas, how much you spent, what will be my answer at this state? How much I spent? If I need to say, what will be my answer? If you're in my place, anybody?
50,000.
No, no, no.
1,50,000.
50,000 plus 1 lakh, 1 lakh 50,000. That should be the answer. All right. Now, suppose say I have brought this to my plant. I have incurred a overhead cost of 1 lakh. Now, if suppose somebody asks me, Pravas, how much you spent so far, what will be my answer?
3.5.
Right. And when I import the raw material from overseas, my government is giving some benefits to me. So I got a cashback of 25,000 from my government over there. So this is what I have got in return. Now, if I tell someone how much I spent in that project, what will be my answer? 3 lakh 50 minus 25,000. So total 3 lakh 25,000. So this is the whole story. I have put it in a tabular format, correct? Now, suppose say my boss asked me, Prabhas, why don't you plot the data in a graphical format? Now, how to tell the story in a beautiful graphical format? That's what the point we need to discuss. Now, take a look over here. If I go and select my data and plot a graph, no doubt our chart is ready. But do you see any kind of relationship between one activity to other? Do you see that?
No.
Any kind of bonding or relationship or any kind of you can see kind of markers or joint over here? No, not at all. So though we got a chart, people, but it is not making any sense because I told you, right selection of the chart depending upon the data is very, very essential, isn't it? So in this case, this is not the right version of your chart. So what you can do, right click on the chart area, change chart type, and here we have a beautiful option, waterfall. And when I go and click OK, you could see a beautiful waterfall chart is turning up, right? Now I can remove the grid lines. And if you look at over here, can you see the lines? So this is called the relationship line. So that's why people call it as a bridge chart. So more or less it looks like a bridge. And if you see the larger picture, it seems like a staircase diagram also. So people name it as a staircase diagram even, right? Now here, take a look. The moment we have done with this, though we got a waterfall, but this is not ready as a waterfall yet. Why? Just see. If you look at our data, how many activities we have? Anybody?
Two activities. One is the phase, second is the cost.
No, no, no.
5.
Five. Are you sure? Five?
Material labor overhead tax credit. Sorry. 3.
We have four.
Tax credit also. Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is also you're getting back, right? Transaction is
Yeah.
there. So here, if you look at technically, there is only four activities. Total cost is the summation of all the above values. But what is happening in our chart, total cost is also considered as an activity. That's the place where it has gone wrong. Though we selected as a waterfall, but this is not ready as a waterfall. So what we need to do, just say, I will select this total cost activity. All these other activities also is going to be selected. No worries. I'll select one more time this total cost. Now only total cost activity is selected. I'll go for right click on that. There's a beautiful option called set as total. So when I go for set as total, now it will be changing the direction and it will be reaching to the axis. Now I'll click the cursor outside. Now can you see a beautiful chart is ready. But to make it more informative, I can go for right click on any of the activity, add data labels. Now can you see when I complete my material expenses, is it touching the line of 50,000? Now, after completing the material expenses, then I have incurred a cost of labor. But can you see it gives the story labor cost is going to come into picture once I complete my material cost. So is it getting being cumulative over here? So I don't need to hold a calculator over here 50 plus 1 lakh and all. It already stated the story. Similarly, 2 lakhs above that, you can see it is touching the line of 3 lakh 50. So this is how anybody who is interested in looking at stage wise how much expenses I have incurred, they can look at that every stage. But as a company CEO, if I'm more interested to know only in that particular project how